combating the plastic pollution in terrestrial environment. We appreciate the interest and time rendered to be a part of this event despite your busy schedules. The sessions lined are very informative and loaded with knowledge. The occurrence of plastic waste in the environment has become a central topic on the global agenda. Yet, most plastics are produced, consumed, and disposed of on land. This indicates that the solution for tackling global plastic pollution lie in a better understanding of the processes leading to the environmental release of plastic in the terrestrial environment. Hence, the workshop concentrated mainly on this topic. It's time to wake up to take up actual step or otherwise, as quoted by Anthony T. Hinks, an author, plastic will be the main ingredient of all our grandchildren's recipe. To begin with, now I request Ms. Vasudha Ranjan, research scholar, Department of Environmental Science, School of Life Sciences, JSS Aher, for the invocation.
शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शुभमङ्गले सर्वाभीष्टप्रदे शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे 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 शङ्कर सन्नुते श्रीपद्मचरणे शङ्कर सन्नुते श्रीपद्मचरणे सकलकला विशारदे वरदे सलहन्नतायि सामगानप्रिये शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे 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 करुणिसम्म श्रुतिगतिಗಳ ಮಾತೆ ಕರುಣಿಸಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರುತಿಗತಿಗಳ ಮಾತೆ ಕಮನೀಯ ಸಪ್ತ ಸ್ವರಸು ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಕಾವ್ಯಗಾನ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಕಲಾ ಸ್ವರೂಪಿಣಿ ಕಾವ್ಯಗಾನ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಕಲಾ ಸ್ವರೂಪಿಣಿ कामितदायिनी कल्याणी जननी शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शुभमङ्गले सर्वाभीष्टप्रदे शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे 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 धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Ms. Vasudha Ranjan. May I now request Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean Academics, JSS Aher, to give an insight of this international workshop.
A hearty good morning to all of you. At the outset, I seek the divine blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Dr. Sri Shivratri Rajendra Mahaswami Ji, and I also submit my pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswami Ji. I extend my greetings to the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, invitees, speakers, experts, delegates, and my dear colleagues. With mounting evidence that plastic waste is rising and the accumulation of plastics in our natural environment is getting worse, the plastic pollution dilemma has recently taken care in discussions of global policy. As a result, currently there are a lot of deliberations and discussions going on throughout the world that how to combat this plastic pollution in the terrestrial environment. With this aim, this international workshop on combating plastic pollution in terrestrial environment is being organized by JSS Academy of Higher Education Research, Mysuru, in partnership with the Center for Science and Technology of Non-Aligned and Other Development Countries, which we very well know as NAM-SNT Science Center, which is having scientists from more than 52 countries and continuously, tirelessly working and developing policies for the implementation of various environmental and other scientific issues throughout these countries. And also the Scientific Committee on Problems of Environment, Netherlands, which we know as SCOPE, which is having its presence in 30 countries, and it is having the top scientists, especially dealing with the environment issues throughout the world. The major objective of this workshop is to identify important plastic waste release mechanisms that significantly contaminate the soil, atmosphere, and freshwater ecosystems. This workshop will also cover a number of issues, including origins, dynamics, dangers, and viable remedies for reducing the release of plastics waste into this terrestrial ecosystem. In this workshop, we have more than 180 participants from 12 countries, including 24 experts from different countries participating. The workshop also comprises of 6 technical sessions, 6 keynote speakers from renowned specialists and scientists, 24 oral presentations, and 46 poster presentations over a period of 2 days. The whole event we are trying to organize in a plastic-free environment, and I believe then when we can make this small effort, all of us definitely can. The main highlight of this event is also a panel discussion at the second day at the end, where eminent scientists and experts would deliberate and take a resolution on sustainable plastic management and governance for developing countries. I hope the workshop provides a global platform to discuss the plastic management issues and environment and health risks that helps to identify the international frameworks and initiatives that could help us in containing this plastic pollution. I welcome you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I cordially invite Dr. B. Manjunath, Register JSS ahead to welcome the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. It is my proud privilege to give the welcome address on this occasion of International Workshop on Combating Plastic Pollution in Terrestrial Environment. I submit my respectful pronouns to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Dr. Sri Shivaratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, the founder president of JS Mahavidyapita Mysore. I seek the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, the president of JS Mahavidyapita and honorable chancellor of JS Academy of Higher Education Research Mysore. It is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. Shant A. Thimaya, Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Government of Karnataka, chief guest of this workshop. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I respectfully welcome Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, JS Mahavidyapita, who is presiding over this event. Welcome, sir. I welcome Professor Jan Samset, President Scope, Netherlands, who is the guest of honor today. I welcome Dr. B. Suresh, Honorable Pro Chancellor, JSCHR, who will be delivering the inaugural address. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Amitav Bandyopadhyay, Director General, NAM-SNT, who is the backbone and is the chief guest of honor today. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSCHR, who has played a key role in organizing this event. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Surinarayan, who is Scope India and also Deputy Director Research, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, Salem. Welcome. I welcome all the government officers, Karnataka State Collection Board officers, NGOs, other distinguished invitees. I welcome all the deans, principals, heads, officers, faculty, staff of JSCHR Mysore. I also take I also welcome Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, our Director Academics. I welcome all the members of electronic, visual, and print media. Welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I also welcome Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registered JSS ahead to the program. Light is considered a symbol of auspiciousness, prosperity, and abundance. Light brings brightness with it and removes the darkness. Light makes it possible to see things clearly. Let the light of knowledge remove the darkness within us. Now I request all the dignitaries to inaugurate the event by lighting the lamp for the grand success of this event.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदम् शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सत्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्राश्च मतिं स्वच्छां ते सदा रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम्
Thank you, sir. I now welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya, Director General, NAM SNT Center, to present the welcome remarks.
Pallavi, I'll sit down after just 1 minute. Yeah. A very good morning to all of you. Our pronouns to His Holiness Swamiji. Today's chief guest, Dr. Sant Himaya, Professor B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidyapeetham, Professor John Samset, President Scope, Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS, Dr. V. Manjunatha, Registered JSS, Dr. Shivraj, Dr. Surya Narayan, foreign delegates from various NAM and other developing countries, special invitees and local participants from India, esteemed keynote speakers and other resource persons, distinguished guests, colleagues, and my dear friends. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you all and address the inaugural session of this 2 days international seminar on combating plastic pollution in terrestrial environment, which is being jointly organized by the NAM SNT Center, New Delhi, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, and Scope, Netherlands. We are honored to have Professor Samset with us today for this event. At the outset, I'm very pleased to mention that this is the third event that we are organizing with the JSS Academy of Higher Education. The first one took place during my predecessor's time, and that was, I think, sometime in 2016-17. And then we have organized our last event only last year, February. This is on the gender issues in water management in developing countries and the sustainable development. And that event was a great success. So this is the third one we are organizing within about a year. Now, as you are all aware that plastic is a very serious issue. Often it is more serious than we really anticipate, because the whole world, particularly the blue world, is awash with plastics from many sources, and they will definitely come from the terrestrial sources only. And the source and plastics are so diverse, and their route of coming into the environment is again so diversified that it is very difficult to control it, and we are slowly reaching in a very critical stage. Palani madam, can I have let me just project. I have just two slides, and this will show you what is the enormity of that. This is an aerial view of the Spanish Mediterranean coastline, and this area is uh, next earlier, yeah. And the area is called Campo de Dalias, and this is near the resort town of Almeria. Now, what has happened in 1963? Uh, okay, before that, if you go to any of the grocery stores in Europe, you will find that half of the green vegetables that we produce are coming from Spain. Now, the next question is Spain where? Now, this is an area which is about 1,000 square kilometers in this particular area. These are all greenhouses. And probably you can see the Mediterranean on the far side. Now, if you look at a satellite view of this, next one, please. Yeah. Okay, this is a satellite view. And these are all greenhouses. We have the Alborean Sea. What happens? All these thousands of tons of plastic, which are used for making this greenhouse, at least if even a smaller percentage of that lands up into the Mediterranean, you can see what is the kind of effect it has. Now, these are some of the NASA satellite pictures. The first one on your left-hand side is dated 24 January 1974. You can see a fairly green satellite imagery. And this is about 30 years later in 2004. That is the latest one I could get. And they are all white. That means this is the 1,000 square kilometer area which supplies all those vegetables to the European stores. Again, another aerial view, and you can see the blue Mediterranean, the Alboran Sea. Now, I just shown these slides just to show the enormity of the problem. And this is only coming from not only one country, it is coming from one small area of a country. Now, if this kind of thing gets extrapolated and many of the other areas, they think that, okay, we can also produce, that's very good. It is very good for food security. But what is the cost of it? That is what we have to all see. So I don't want to discuss these particular issue because there are so many experts available here. Let me say very briefly few lines about the NAM S&T Center. The NAM S&T Center is an intergovernmental organization which was founded in 1989 in New Delhi. And we have got 47 member countries from the NAM world. And our main job is to enhance or promote South-South cooperation in science, technology, and innovation for collective self-reliance of the developing countries, but NAM countries as well as the other developing countries. We also have an additional focus nowadays to facilitate the achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 2030 for our member countries. We do a lot of activities, including scientific events like this one. And so far, we have organized 92 such workshops and training workshops, and about 45 various kind of training programs for our member countries over the last 33-year period. And during this period, we had about nearly 9,000 scientists and professionals from our member countries and other countries participating in the event, and they are from about 130 countries. So our reach is quite wide, and we hope that we'll be able to continue all our activities with the help and support from institutions like the JSS Academy of Higher Education. We also run a fellowship program, which currently with the JSS Academy of Higher Education, we have got one fellowship program in which 5 scientists from our member countries can visit JSS and get their expertise, learn research techniques, etc., from the esteemed faculty members. We also do a lot of publications, and so far we have brought out 93 books published by various agencies. And our current preferred publisher is Springer Nature from the Singapore. And we have already published 6 books over the last 18 months with Springer Nature. And the last book was released only, I think, 3 days back. It is on the smart agriculture, the perspectives and challenges for the developing countries. And I'll be happy to share the prelim section of the book with all the delegates at a later stage. So in this event, we have nominated scientists from 9 countries. They are Egypt, India, the host country, and Indonesia, Malaysia, Mauritius, Myanmar, Nepal, South Africa, Sri Lanka, and of course, there was a gentleman who was supposed to be here from Zambia, but unfortunately, he is not here today. And the host country, India, of course. I again take this opportunity to thank all senior members from the JSS administration, Dr. Betsurmat, Professor Suresh, Dr. Surinder Singh, Dr. Banjunath, and other senior officials for providing all the support. I am really thankful to Dr. San Themaya, our chief guest today. He's a very, very busy person, but in spite of his busy schedule, he's here with us today, early morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you so much, sir. So with this few, and I am really thankful to all my colleagues from the NAM S&T Center, without whom the event would not have taken place. I'm thankful to all the delegates from the NAM S&T Center who has come from far, far places to attend this program. And at the end, I would like to thank Dr. Suryanarayan and Dr. Shivraju and the entire team at JSS for organizing a wonderful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I am pleased to invite Dr. Surendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS Aher India, for delivering the opening remarks.
A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I submit my respectful and humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagat Guru Dr. Shri Shivratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji. I also seek the blessings of His Holiness Jagat Guru Shri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, the Honorable Chancellor of JSS Academy of Education Research and the President of JSS Mahavidyapita. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Shante Thamayaji, the Chairman of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, the Chief Guest for today's program. We thank you very much, sir, for taking out your very valuable time and gracing the occasion. Your very presence over here, it reinforces our commitment at JCCHR towards combating plastic pollution, and not only restricting to plastic pollution, but also we'll be open to joining hands with the Karnataka Pollution Control Board with the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji and the support of our Executive Secretary and Pro-Chancellor, sir, on any other environmental issues. And I can assure you that our Department of Environmental Sciences, led by Dr. Shivaraju and our Dean of the School of Life Sciences, Dr. Ravisha, will be more than willing to walk an extra mile if we can anyway extend support to the Karnataka Pollution Control Department, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidyapita, Mysuru, who has constantly supported us in all our endeavors, and especially this plastic issue is very close to his heart and is very passionate about it. And we look forward to hearing from sir his views about it and what initiatives he had taken during his tenure as the Commissioner of Mysore. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Suresh B., our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, a very visionary leader, a great mentor, and whatever JSS is today and whatever the reputation and the prominence it occupies within India and abroad, we owe it to him. Very warm welcome to you, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Amitava Bandyopadhyay, Director General NAM S&T Center, who is a great well-wisher of JSS. And I thank you very much, sir, for once again bringing NAM S&T Center in the folds of collaboration with JSS. And we are very excited about all the programs which are underway and which you have lined up in collaborations with us. Thank you very much, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to Professor John Samseth, President Scope, Netherlands, who has been very kind to come all the way from Netherlands to be participating in this workshop. And his organization Scope has been a constant supporter for us. And his very presence and Scope joining hands with us has made this event truly global in nature. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I extend warm greetings to my colleagues, Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registrar, JSS Academy for Education Research, Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean Academics, Dr. Surya Narayan, who is the Deputy Director at Vinayaka Mission Search Foundation at Salem, but we never felt that he is not part of JSSHR. We always feel that he is one of us, though he might be there and our Pro-Chancellor keeps on saying physically he might be at Vinayaka, but his heart is at JSSHR. Thank you very much for all your support which we are receiving from you. A very warm welcome to Dr. Ravisha K, the Dean of Faculty of Life Sciences. A warm welcome to Dr. Shivaraju HP, the Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Sciences, who has worked day in and day out, very hard work he has put in organizing this event. A very warm welcome to all officers, head of departments, staff, and the students who are over here for this program, our international participants. Today, I think we'll have very eminent speakers amongst us, and amongst them, Professor R. Vasudevan, Professor of Chemistry, Tyagaraja College of Engineering, Madurai, who is also known as the Plastic Man of India and has been conferred by Padam Shri Award by Government of India. I think we'll be getting an opportunity to listen to his views about it also. I extend my sincere appreciation to all the eminent speakers and the participants from across the globe who in large numbers have joined for this workshop. I extend a very warm welcome to media personnel who are constantly supporting us and taking JSSHR various activities in the public domain and bringing to the notice of the common man in the street. A very warm welcome to each one of you. Now, touching upon the issue which is at hand and the theme which we see on our screen over here, I think it's an apt moment where we are having this international workshop. And we feel very privileged at JSS that we are partners with NAM SNT Center and also with Scope. Plastic, as we all know, and I think already Dr. Amitav has highlighted its importance, and our earlier Dr. Manjunath and Dr. Vishal also, that plastic now it's found everywhere in our part of our terrestrial environment, whether it's our oceans or it's our rivers, our forests, and even our cities as such. And it is affecting health of the wildlife, including that of the humans, and is polluting all our water resources as such. And this is a future which we cannot accept, because all of us have got a responsibility for our future generations. We cannot be a party to basically polluting the environment for our future generations. And it is, I think, the very fact we are talking about this and we are having this international workshop on combating plastic pollution. I think the journey has begun. It's the end of the plastic. It might take some time, but from these types of forums, and especially these international forums, we embark on a journey on seeing to it that our whole globe becomes free of plastic. And it's a matter of time only. We'll have the alternatives. And the very fact we are talking about it is very reassuring that the journey has begun. So we have to be very optimistic about it. And we also feel very touched about that way plastic is affecting all our animals. And especially we see our cattle, which is there. And even when I come to my office also, I find a lot of plastic being littered in Mysore. In the heaps lying over there, and cows are basically struggling to have food from them. This is something I think which is not acceptable as such. And I think this is one area we need to basically try to address issues. I've also seen people feeding the cows during these festivals also. They take out these offerings from the plastic bag and trying to feed them, which is very, very risky and dangerous. I think it needs to create awareness, not only amongst our public, but also amongst all our school children. Because today, parents listen more to the school children. The brand ambassadors for any change in the society are the children. And I think that's what area which we should be addressing as such over here. One area which I would like to say is that though we are discussing about it, and also there was a government notification, and we keep talking about reusing the plastic, but there's a government notification last year in July 2022, if I am correct, which even has got placed restrictions on the reusable plastic also. Though we call it a circular economy, but I think sooner or later we have to get rid of the circular economy. We have to see that the plastic should not be anywhere in a part of our life. Though these are small steps, but I think they will go a long way. From my side, I would say that I have been assuring our chief guest, sir, and also our executive secretary, sir, that at JSSHER, we can start taking an initiative on our own. Already a couple of years back, our executive secretary, sir, whilst taking the initiative of smart campuses, he had given a call that all our campuses should be plastic free. But I still feel we have got a long way to go. And even when we were sitting in the boardroom below, I assured our executive secretary, sir, and our chief guest and our pro-chancellor, sir, that at JSSHR tomorrow, we can take a pledge that we will make JSSHR, all constituent colleges, all departments, plastic free by end of this year, 2023. Then it is the welcome part of it. And how to make it plastic free? We have Dr. Dhanbel sitting over here, principal of JSS Pharmacy College, Ooty. Every time I go to his college, it is plastic free. Entire Ooty is plastic free. If a town like, I won't say a city, Ooty is a town basically, if that can become plastic free, our JSS College of Pharmacy is plastic free, Ooty, then why can't we be plastic free? So we would like to learn lessons from them. The first and the foremost thing which I told our colleagues is all plastic bottles which are used for water, I think from now onwards, from tomorrow onwards, we'll put a ban upon them. I think I'll request registrar to ban the purchase of these bottles, because then these forums become important. Then what we talk, we mean. Usually what happens, we come to these forums, we talk very big, forget about it, bring out a nice publication, and it's forgotten. No. What we say, we should do it. And we should implement it also. And from this forum, I can assure all our dignitaries on the dais and all our participants over here and global participants who are over there, that JSSHR on its part is very committed to it. And in this aspect, we are very open that we will join hands with Karnataka Pollution Control Board. And sir, we are there. And our Department of Environmental Sciences, that will be in the forefront to join hands. And if any other initiative besides plastic is to be taken with regard to environmental issues, will be more than welcome. And our support and of the management is already there. And we are willing to join hands with it. And whatever facilities and steps we would like to basically take in this direction. Now to conclude, I think this workshop is an opportunity to collaborate and take action. Let us make a commitment to reduce our plastic footprints, support sustainable practices, and work towards a cleaner, healthier planet. Sooner the better. So with these words, I wish the workshop a success. Let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope we'll keep up this and make our campus completely campus and plastic free, as JSS Ooty has completely plastic free. I am pleased to invite Dr. John Samseth, President Scope, Netherlands, to address the gathering.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not from the Netherlands, but I come from Norway. So when I left Norway, it was -15 degrees and snowing. All the roads were white and a lot of traffic accidents. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I'm very happy that I could be here together with the dignitaries of the Karnataka, the JSS, and also the NAM Center. And also pleased that so many foreign guests are here, as well as the most important thing is that the students are here. Now, the topic of combating plastic pollution in terrestrial environments, that is a very welcome topic now. It was actually presented or proposed by a SCOPE member that could not be present today, Vino Itekot. He has been, he's from India, and he has been very instrumental in also getting the collaboration with the JSS and the NAM Center going, but he is kind of below the surface, so you probably don't know his name. What is SCOPE? SCOPE was founded in 1969, and it's the Scientific Committee of Problems of the Environment. The purpose is to then to review current and understanding of emerging environmental and ecological issues, and to provide a sound assessment to better inform and interact with research, policy, and development needs. So SCOPE is now an affiliated member of the International Science Council, and he has the ambition within a couple of years to become a full member as a recognized international union of scientific organizations. So we have been able to gather experts for more than 50 years, and some of them has even received the Nobel Prize. And we have put out many synthesis and assessment of various topics. And it has become an influential organization, even though most people don't hear about it, because we are working closely with the UN organizations. The focus is on environmental issues in a cross-disciplinary approach, which differs from other organizations which maybe have like a single discipline focus. It is recognized as an independent and non-biased network of leading scientists and practitioners. And we have a long tradition of anticipating the agenda for emerging environmental issues, and we have the capacity to adapt rapidly on demand. So most of the global issues that are in focus today was originally first suggested or looked at by SCOPE. And obviously the climate issue, SCOPE was the one that did the first evaluation of the climate issues, which eventually led to the formation of the IPCC. And some of the key persons in SCOPE went on then to head the IPCC later on. So what our activities are, workshops like this. We do have what we call rapid assessment project, which we select a topic and do a very in-depth assessment of the problems. We have had an award program, which we then hope to continue this year. We do have writing workshops for scientists, and we do have a lot of publications. One of the publications we have been involved in is with UNEP and UNESCO, in particular their yearbooks. So SCOPE has been organizing the work with these yearbooks. And the latest thing we did with UNESCO was a large volume, 800 pages long, on large marine ecosystems, which came out a year ago. We also have our own journal. It's called Environmental Development. And many of the workshops we are having together with NAM might have their papers published in special issues in that journal. So SCOPE and plastics. So the first time SCOPE looked at the problems with plastic was in 2010. It was marine plastics, a new toxic time bomb. So then the next time we looked at it was in 2014, and that is just before the thing took off, you know, internationally with plastics in the oceans. Back then, it was in North America and Western Europe, they disposed of 140 kilograms plastics a year, and that was increasing. In Asia, it was 20 kilograms plastics a year, and now it's expected probably to be more than 40 kilograms a year. So at that time, you know, people thought it was the biggest issue was really plastics in the oceans, because you know there were some whales that they discovered had a lot of plastic bags inside their stomach, and also the disintegration of plastic into microplastics in the ocean was perceived as an important issue. And these things were collecting in this, what they call the gyres, which is there's one big in the Pacific and a couple in the Atlantic Oceans, and so on. So something like 5 gyres in the world. But today we know more, and that is, most plastics is actually not in the oceans, but it's on land. And according to the OECD, only 9% of the plastics is recycled, and 22% is mismanaged. And that is, where the problems come from plastics. The rest then ends up in landfills or is incinerated. So this is some of the background for why we are here. We have to do something with those 22% because that is hurting everybody. This is almost close to my remarks, but I'd just like to mention that yesterday, Scope and the NAM Center signed a memorandum of understanding for further collaboration. So this will then be one of the many conferences or workshops that we'll have jointly. And at last, once again, I'd like to thank the JSS and the NAM for organizing and hosting this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, JSS Aher Mysuru, India, to deliver the inaugural address.
At the outset, I convey the greetings and blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, the Chancellor of our university, who has conveyed his best wishes for the success of this program. Chief guest of this morning, Dr. Shant Timaya, our Executive Secretary, Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Professor Yon Samsat, Professor Amitav Bandopadhyay, Vice Chancellor Dr. Surendra Singh, Suryanarayanan, my colleagues, Dr. Manjunath, Vishal, and all my colleagues in the audience, and from both the universities, AHER and STU, they are here, and invitees, participants, students, and members of the media. Sunday mornings to me, about 50 years ago, used to be very exciting because my father used to go to market on Sunday mornings to buy vegetables, and if it was a good day, even perhaps buy some meat, so we'll come back home and have some nice lunch. So why it was enjoyable? Because my father will carry a cloth bag with him, and my mother had made a wire knit handbag. I used to carry that and go with him because it was very exciting to go to the market and see the fresh vegetables and perhaps see how they are purchased. And it was very exciting to see the experience. And even those things which were like, you have to wrap up in something and then give, like, for example, if you're buying meat, they used to wrap it up in leaves, not in some plastic or paper. They used to wrap it in leaves and then they give it, and then we used to put in our bag, and I used to carry that bag back home. These are very fond memories because there was nobody talking at that time how plastic or pollution, plastic or even the pollution caused by plastic is going to be a problem for everyone. I'm talking 50 years ago. In India, I'm talking of India particularly. Then few of our Indians, they were very fortunate. They traveled overseas. They went for shopping in Dubai, Singapore, and a few of them to US. And they came back with very colorful plastic carry bags to India. So when they came back here, people started seeing, oh, this is very convenient. And then they started looking at cost. What is the cost of a carry bag versus the other things? Then came the cost. Then, of course, the comfort. You can fold it and keep it anywhere, but whereas a plastic or knit wire bag, you have to keep it in a particular place. And so this took over. That is, the cost, convenience, and comfort took over. And
we lost somewhere all those values which we had in protecting our environment. Now, today, four major organizations, I can say, come together here to sit and discuss about the challenges we have. The JSS Mahavidyapita and the JSS AHER as a group, the NAM Science and Technology Center, SCOPE, which is steering internationally the purpose of the pollution and the problems that are associated with the environment to be addressed. And with us today, we have I was trying to talk to our chairman of the Pollution Control Board that we would like to partner with them. So I would say our new partner in this mission here for JSS to see how we can combat and take um, this these challenges which we are facing in India and go back. Sitting on the dais, I was just thinking, what is the source of all these problems for us? It is very, very, very simple. It is profitability. The manufacturers who want to give their various products are looking at how they can increase their profit by minimizing their cost of the manufacture. And in this process of profitability, the packaging materials underwent a lot of change. And the purpose of these packaging materials were twofold. One was to make them attractive. Another is to make them very convenient. And you imagine if you have to ship bottles of water, which are made out of glass like this, the probability or chance of their breaking en route and damage happening is higher. So it was a loss for the company. So they started innovating and tried to bring unbreakable bottles. So when they talk of unbreakable bottles, so many changes did happen. Similarly, in packaging, creating tough plastic materials so that the goods do not get damaged inside. So this all is driven by, I think, the only one factor, that is profitability for the organizations who are selling their various products to us. And only way to combat whatever seminars, whatever conferences, meetings, and voice which we make, I think is very important. Only way to combat is go back to those manufacturers, and they will not understand the reasoning of how they are damaging the world. We have to take away that profit concept from them. Okay, you are using a plastic bottle, you have to pay so much more. So that is required for us to dispose that plastic. So you are going to pay that cost. Either you don't invest in the plastic, or if you're investing in plastic, you will be taxed so much, which will be used for the purpose of disposing the plastic, and that's the cost you are going to bring. So then the profitability aspect goes away in the whole process. I think if we address at the core root of this problem, I think most of the challenges which we are looking are can be done away. And similarly, it comes to the people who are also engaged in disposal of this plastic materials. If they sincerely carry out this responsibility which they are required to do in the disposal of plastic materials, I think at least these challenges can be minimized. Even there, we are looking at profitability, like how we can save cost in even disposing the plastic material and try to gain some more margin or profit out of it. I think this also needs to be built with the responsibility. And I think with the four organizations today, we are going to discuss on various issues that may come here. And perhaps we are all looking at only one simple thing, that how we can leave behind a sustainable world for our future generations. I wish this conference and the meeting all success, and particularly the young students who have come here. I think you have to become ambassadors. You have to walk the talk, speak the language, and follow it as your guiding principle in your life, because it is your generation which is going to bring about the change. Our generation, we will only talk, but your generation can bring about the change which you are looking at. I'm sure you have a lot of innovative ideas and thinking to make a better place. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be here. I thank once again the chairman of Pollution Control Board for making time to us, and our good friend Amitabh Bandyopadhyay and Johan Samsat for taking JSS as their, what you call as a reliable partner in working with you. And most of all, but not the least, is thanking Surya Narayanan, who has been the what you call as the spirit behind, and the Environmental Sciences Department, Shivaraju and his team. Congratulations to all of you for putting this meeting together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Lingraju HG, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, JSS ahead to introduce our chief guest to the audience.
A very good morning, everyone. I submit my respectful pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness. I feel extremely honored to introduce today's chief guest. He hails from Avireli village, Ramnagara district. He did his BTech and MTech from Karnataka Regional Engineering College, Surathkal, and his PhD on Socio-Economic and Environmental Impact Studies from National Institute of Technology, Surathkal. Before taking charge as chairman of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, he established a corporate company for multidisciplinary industrial activities related to the preparation of environmental impact assessment, environmental management plan, and socio-economic impact assessment. He has in-depth knowledge in establishing environmental laboratory for monitoring and measurement of various environmental attributes. He published many technical papers in national and international journals and presented papers at international conferences. He served in many boards and committees of National Institute of Technology, Tumkur University, and other various universities. He joined Karnataka State Pollution Control Board on 15th November 2021 as chairman. It is well-known proverb that actions speak louder than words. With a leader like Dr. Shant A. Timmaya, the proverb seems to do justice. He proposed an integrated action plan to tackle the various environmental issues of the state. Some of his prominent works and achievements as chairman are: under the able leadership of chairman, the KSPCB has entered the book of Guinness World Records for Clay Seed Ganesha campaign. So he is instrumental in bringing excellency the Maharaja of Mysuru, Sri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamraja Wadeyer, as the brand ambassador of KSPCB. The KSPCB awareness stall displayed at Mysuru Dasara exhibition 2022 was awarded first prize for its uniqueness, extraordinary public participation, and appreciation. Under the able leadership of the chairman, KSPCB is in forefront in implementation of single-use plastic ban in the country. In order to increase environmental compliance among industries, the Green Co rating system of industries have been launched in association with the Confederation of Indian Industries. Karnataka is the only second state in the country to introduce such a system after Rajasthan. The Command Control Center, enabled with GPS technology, has been established with a dedicated phone number for public to lodge and track the complaints and violations. He guided to introduce the emergency response vehicles for keeping constant vigil on illegal discharges, handling emergency situations, and address complaints. He was the recipient of the prestigious Nadaprabhu Kempegowda Award for the year 2016 and Guru Anugraha Award for the year 2022 for his extensive service in the field of environment. Without further delay, I now request our distinguished chief guest to address the gathering. Sir, please.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. With the blessings of His Holiness Swamijis, today we are here to discuss, deliberate, and brainstorming about the issue of today, which is plastic menace. distinguished delegates on the dais, Professor Suresh, Professor Surinder Singh, Professor Amitav, and Professor John. And this is a very unique occasion. Why I say unique occasion? Because plastic issue is growing by day. As we all know, as Professor Suresh was mentioning, when he was a child, and what was the environment, and as we grow, we are seeing the plastic menace everywhere. I don't think we can see a space where there is no plastic. And we are, as we all know, in between 1950s to 90 and even 2000, late 2000, about 9.2 billion plastic was generated, 9.2 billion tons. And out of that, about 7 billion tons it reached ocean every year. So from 1950s to 1970s, only 2 million tons of plastic was generated. And after 1970s and late 2000, the generation of this plastic waste increased many folds phenomenally. As far as US NEP estimation, by 2050, the greenhouse gas emissions associated with plastic production, use, and disposal account for 15% of allowed emissions. And one is the plastic generation, and once it joins the ocean, it becomes blue plastic. Once it joins the sea, as far as UNEP studies are concerned, about 800 marine and coastal species are getting affected by means of this plastic, which is joining the ocean, which is in turn becomes blue plastic. Somewhere around 11 million tons annually joins the ocean, and this by 2040, 50, this is going to become double, if not attended today. Studies estimate about 51 trillion pieces of plastic in world oceans. 51 trillion pieces of plastic. As I mentioned, there is not even a one square kilometer in the ocean free from plastic. And one more concept, which is called microplastic, which is less than 5 mm dia, is very, very hazardous to both environment, ecology, and human health. Recent studies conducted by Netherlands shows that there is plastic components in blood as well. Recently, in 2022, UNEP headquarters in Nairobi, has taken a pledge by all members of this UNEP that plastic menace, plastic solution, and also end plastic pollution, EPP, which is called EPP by 2024. This is as far as the global scenario is concerned. As coming to the Indian scenario, we all know we cannot live without plastic, but we cannot continue to use this plastic. And way back in 1999, Government of India started regulating this plastic by way of introducing recycled plastic manufacture and usage rules in 1999. You know, Water Act came in 1974, Air Act came in 1881, and Environmental Protection Act came in 1986. Subsequent to this Environmental Protection Act 1986, so a lot of initiatives with reference to various issues, various environmental attributes, be it municipal solid waste, be it biomedical waste, be it hazardous waste, and now the plastic waste. This, how we can regulate and manage this plastic menace in the country started in way back in 1919, as I mentioned. In this 1999, the rule was to prohibit the use of recycled plastic as well as carry bag. You can see the recycled plastic manufacture and usage rules. Subsequently, in 2003, this is amended further, which is called Recycled Plastics Manufacture and Usage Amendment Rules, came in 2003. This rule banned all the use of small carry bags and allowed only bags with size specification. So a continual improvement in terms of management and now management of this plastic continued even then. And in 2011, another rule came, which is called plastic waste. In 99 and 2003, there was no concept called waste. In 2003, in 2011, the concept called plastic waste management and handling rules came in 2011. So till 2011, this plastic never called a waste. So therefore, how this plastic waste can be managed, can be handled effectively, scientifically, technically. So it has been described in 2011. So there we have Government of India, through these rules, specified do's and don'ts as far as this plastic waste is concerned. So therefore, the issue of management and handling this plastic continued further, and in 2016, plastic waste management rules came to effect. So there it is very specifically defined what are carry bags, responsibility of local bodies, responsibility of Central Pollution Control Board, and duties and responsibility of state pollution control boards, and also registration of manufacturing units. Why this registration of manufacturing units is, until unless we know the mass balance, material balance, how much is input, how much is the process, how much is the output, how much is the usage, and how much is the generation, it will be very difficult to track it. So therefore, this rule 2016 talks about tracking, traceability of this plastic, from cradle to grave. Subsequently, August 2021, a new rule came into existence, which is called Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules in 2021 August. So this is a landmark, amendment as far as plastic management handling rules are concerned, because this particular rule talks about fixing responsibility, the bulk consumer and the bulk recycler, and there's a portal. There we have to register and you have to track every ton of plastic you use and every ton of plastic you produce. So therefore, this mechanism of registration, traceability, as well as where this plastic which is generated as a waste reached. Dear audience, I would like to mention here, Karnataka is the only state to ban single-use plastic way back in 2016. So implementation of the single-use plastic was a very big challenge for Karnataka state and to particularly Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, because state is banned where other states are not banned. So inflow of the single-use plastic continued to flow into the state. Even then, we have continued to monitor, and in the state of Karnataka, we have closed almost around 125 units manufacturing of single-use plastic. Now the fact that it is banned across the country, even though notification has come in August 2021, the single-use plastic, especially single-use plastic, it is implemented from July 1st, July 2022. Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Government of Karnataka, and Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Board working day and night how to eliminate this single-use plastic. At Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, recently we have started a division called R&D division, where the concept of this R&D division creation is with a model called IIA, means industry, institute, and authority. Because institutes, universities, they are doing a lot of research and developmental activities. And we at State Pollution Control Board, we come across a lot of challenges the industries are facing. The concept of this IIA is to let the institutes know what are the challenges, real-time challenges the industries are facing. Tell the institute, okay, you can do some kind of research and development to bring out the solution which is acceptable, which is economically feasible, technically viable. These kind of solutions the institutes can work out and communicate to us, so that we can communicate to the industry fraternity where yes, there is a solution for this challenge. this can be implemented at your level, which is economically viable, legally acceptable, technically feasible. So therefore, these kind of forums, the takeaway should be at the end of these forums, it should become a feedback mechanism for the statutory authorities like us, so that these, the concluding portions of this kind of seminars, workshops, will facilitate the statutory authorities to include in our administration as well as statutory regulatory angle. So therefore, at Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, a unique and recently the how to manage this blue plastic, which is a tremendous problem. Not only it's a local issue, it's a global issue. So along with World Bank, Government of Karnataka is working on this management and control of this blue plastic across our coastal area, coastal stretch, around 330 kilometers of coastal stretch. How this, the plastic which is on, ultimately it, we use the plastic, we throw plastic, it ultimately joins the rivers and rivulets, and its confluences with the sea. So therefore, there is a action which is under progress to control, to manage, and to prevent this blue plastic to the ocean. And I would like to emphasize here that this plastic waste is no longer a waste. This is a lot of technological innovations happened, and a lot of startups have come up, and there are a lot of already the plastic waste has been converted into energy. The plastic waste has been converted into waste to wealth. And this plastic, we already issued a directions to across the state to use this plastic in road making. And we are the first state to give directions to all the district administration to use this plastic in the road making activity. Friends, we all know we are heading G20 this year, and these kind of forums, these kind of initiations should send message that we are working together, how this plastic menace can be eradicated in a phased manner. And our Honorable PM, in his life message, life is life for environment. This life for environment is not big, to understand. It is simple, human behavioral changes. As Professor Suresh was mentioning, before leaving home, you can take carry bag along with you instead of bringing a plastic bag inside your home. So likewise, if you go through the life concept, life for environment, there is a modification in our day-to-day operations, day-to-day life. So by doing small things, any good idralla anta ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಣ್ಣದೊಂದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾವು micro level of contribution will definitely create a macro level of impact. So therefore, I request all of us, not youngsters, anyway, they are the brand ambassadors for our environment tomorrow. So they have to take it forward, how they can go back and they can become brand ambassador, not only in the community, at their home. And these kind of institutions should, at a regular interval of time, create kind of awareness, because Pollution Control Board has taken a massive awareness training programs. Okay, you can see various buses, we started, creating an awareness. What is the plastic problem, plastic pollution, what is their impacts, what is the significance. All these things we are massively creating an awareness across the state, and we are the first state heading implementation of single-use plastic effectively. So therefore, any policy for that matter to become a successful, what is required? Community participation, various stakeholders. Unless they participate in this kind of programs, any policy for that matter, it cannot be successful. In view of that, we are pleased and we are happy that Maharaj of Mysore has given his consent to become a brand ambassador to create this kind of environmental awareness, whether it's air pollution, water pollution, plastic pollution, various pollutions. So we are systematically implementing these awareness programs across. Unless awareness comes, unless some kind of, yes, this is not the product that we should use in a day-to-day basis, this plastic pollution free society cannot become reality. So therefore, I request in this kind of forums to take it forward to various level of community, stages, and also eco clubs, NGOs can participate, can highlight not only at city level, even at a gram panchayat level. This particular issue has to reach to even remotest place of the country. Everybody should know what is the impact of this. So with this, I wish this conference, which is talking in terms of international level, will send a message and will implement all these measures. In fact, Register was mentioning that from today, they're going to take a pledge that they are going to, initiate a plastic-free zone campus. I congratulate them, and I also congratulate for this innovative subject. May not be innovative; it's an important subject for today, and it will go a long way in in percolating this message that plastic is not essential commodity anymore. So therefore, I wish this international conference all the best, and Pollution Control Board is there as a regulatory, as a statutory, and also implementing authority. So wherever this kind of forums are there, definitely we will be happy to participate and contribute to the better world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Collaborative effort of JSS AHER and NAM SNT Center for the benefit of public at a larger end and key stakeholders, we have brought a fact file on birth defects authored by Dr. Baswan Gaudappa H, Principal JSS Medical College, and Dr. Akila Prashant, Head Department of Biochemistry. I request the dignitaries to release the fact, and I also request Dr. Baswan Gaudappa H, Principal, Dr. Suma, Vice Principal, JSS Medical College, and Dr. Akila Prashant, Head Department of Biochemistry, to join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, Jesus Mahavidya Pita, to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Shant A. Timmaya. I now request Dr. B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, JSS Aher, to facilitate the guest of honor, Dr. John Sampson. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Surendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS Aher, to felicitate a guest of honor, Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya. As a token of appreciation from NAM S&T Center, Amitav Bandopadhyaya, Director General, wants to felicitate our chief guest, our Executive Secretary, Dr. C.G. Betsurmat. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Surendra Singh. Our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B. Suresh. Scope President, John. Our Registrar Dr. Manjunath B. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidya Peeta, Mysuru, to deliver the presidential address.
At the outset, I offer my humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. I extend my greetings to our distinguished chief guest, Honorable Dr. Shantimaya, the Chairman of Karnataka Pollution Control Board, Government of Karnataka, Honorable Dr. Amitav Bandavaya, Director General, NAM S&T Center, New Delhi, Professor John Samset, President Scope, Netherlands, Dr. Suryanarayanan, my colleagues, Dr. Suresh, Dr. Surinder Singh, Dr. Manjunath, Dr. Vishal Gupta, all delegates, eminent speakers, experts, scientists, participants, and my dear students, media friends. It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of this inaugural function of the International Workshop on Combating Plastic Pollution in Terrestrial Environment. As someone who has focused my effort on controlling plastic pollution, I am delighted to speak to a diverse and international audience about this crucial issue of combating plastic pollution. Every year, as you all know, that the world produces over 400 million tons of plastic waste, and sadly, as rightly said by the chief guest, only 9% of this waste is recycled, and much of it ends up in our oceans and waterways. This plastic pollution is threatening our planet's ecosystems, and we are seeing the other worrying trends also. Since the 1970s, the rate of plastic production has grown faster than that of other material, and if historic growth continues, global production of primary plastic is forecasted to reach 1,100 million tons by 2050. Approximately 36% of all the plastics produced are in packaging, including single-use plastic products for food and beverage containers, approximately 85% of which ends up in landfills or as unregulated waste. India is not immune to this problem, and the situation here is quite serious. And according to the study by the Central Pollution Control Board, India generates approximately 26,000 tons of plastic waste every day. And I shall be giving a brief of all these statistics in the region as well as in my presentation. This plastic waste is not only littering our streets, but it is also causing severe health hazards for our people and the environment. However, the good news is that we can all play our part in reducing plastic waste. And one of the most significant contributors to the plastic waste is single-use plastics. And these are the items that are designed to be used only once, such as plastic bags, straws, and cutleries. They are very difficult to recycle and remain a waste and health hazard. To tackle this issue, the Pollution Control Board and the Indian government launched the plastic waste management rules in 2016. And the aim of these rules is to regulate the use, manufacture, and disposal of plastic materials. And under these rules, the plastic bags less than 50 microns thick are banned, and manufacturers are responsible for collecting and recycling their own plastic waste. And now, with amendments of these rules, the plastic with less than 100 microns, they are banned. And additionally, the Indian government has launched a nationwide plastic-free Abhiyan, which is aimed at reducing the use of single-use plastics. The campaign encourages people to switch to sustainable alternatives like cloth bags, paper bags, and jute bags. The government is also working on improving the waste management infrastructure and increasing public awareness of this issue. As I mentioned earlier, plastic pollution is a global problem, and we must all play our part in addressing it. It starts with reducing our consumption of single-use plastics, properly disposing of our plastic waste, and supporting initiatives that aim to reduce the plastic waste. There are many ways in which we can reduce our plastic waste. For example, we can carry reusable bags, bottles, and containers. We can also avoid using plastic straws and cutlery and instead choose eco-friendly alternatives such as bamboo or metal. We can also support companies and brands that are committed to reducing the plastic footprint. Our honorable chief guest gave all the details of how plastic waste management rules came into existence and enforcement, and also about the various uh, initiatives and the activities of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. It is also important to properly dispose of our plastic waste. We should always try to recycle as much as we can and ensure that we are segregating our waste correctly. Governments and business must also take steps to improve the waste management infrastructure and promote sustainable practices. Plastic waste management is a complex issue, but one that we can all play a part in addressing. We need to work together to reduce our plastic consumption, properly dispose of our plastic waste, and support initiatives that aim to reduce plastic waste. By doing so, we can help to protect our planet's ecosystems and create a cleaner, healthier world for ourselves and future generations. I'm happy our Vice Chancellor has already committed and he has already decided to make the university campus and all the campuses of the university called constituent colleges 100% plastic free, and I'm happy they're all going to take a pledge tomorrow. I congratulate the associating organizations for having conceptualized the wonderful gathering and the title of the workshop. I urge the future generation to take up this issue very seriously and devise methods to tackle it. If you watch the conference venue closely, you will find that JSS Academy of Higher Education Research, we have taken all measures to conduct the event without the use of plastics that are difficult to recycle. So let that be a message that you carry for all the further efforts of yours. Thank you very much. Let us work towards a plastic-free world. Wish the event a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Suryanarayan S., Deputy Director Research, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, Salem, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. With the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, respected dignitaries on the dais, it is my honor to propose a vote of thanks on this great occasion. I, on behalf of NAM SNT, JSSAHCR, and SCOPE, I thank our chief guest of this program, Dr. Sant Etimaya, Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, in spite of his busy schedule, chose to come here and guide us on various issues on plastics and the management of plastics. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence, sir. Sir is playing a key role in enforcing implementation of single-use plastic ban in entire state Karnataka. Karnataka is one of the most industrial and developed states in India, and controlling the pollution caused by the industries and other sources, and at the same time not to hinder the pace of investment by industries, is a challenging task, and it is successfully achieved by Karnataka State Pollution Control Board under his able leadership. I am sure in future JSSAHR and Karnataka State Pollution Control Board will work together, especially with the IAEA concept, for the cause of better environment for the state with his active support. I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Dr. C.J. Betsurmath, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidyapitha, Mysuru, have graced this occasion and delivered the presidential address. His views are words of wisdom, and we would follow them in our endeavor and contribute more to the subject. We are eagerly waiting for your keynote address, sir. I thank Dr. Amitabh Bandabatai, Director General of NAM SNT, for his gracious participation in this inaugural session. Thank you for your constant support and enthusiasm to save this international workshop, sir. I thank Professor B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, JSSAHCR, for his inaugural address, sparing his time and precious thoughts with us. Thank you for your experience and stimulating timely remarks, sir. On behalf of our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Surendra Singh, our Vice Chancellor, JSSAHCR. His remarks shows the scope of thinking on these important issues of plastics. And thank you for the initiative on plastic ban campus, sir. I thank Dr. Manjunatha, Registrar of JSSAHR, for your gracious presence and the support for smooth conduct of this international workshop, sir. Realizing the experiences of JSS Academy of Higher Education and its social responsibility and the commitment, we feel that this is an appropriate venue to showcase this initiative and take up this task to the community level as an example which will be discussed in next 2 days. I thank Professor John Samseth, President of Scope, for your gracious presence and support and sharing your valuable thoughts. I am thankful to all our session chairs, guests who are participating from NAM countries, dignitaries and experts, research scholars, students from India for their active participation for this next 2 days workshop. This gathering brings together more than 100 participants from more than 10 countries representing the areas of pollution, prevention, policies, etc. As we bring all of you together, we cannot imagine the knowledge and ideas that will be generated and the relationship that will be formed. I thank the officers, staff members of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board who are present here. We thank Professor Dr. Basana Godappa and the Administrative Officer, JSS Medical College, for providing this venue and necessary support for conducting this workshop. Thank you, sir. I'm thankful to the Control of Examinations, Deputy Registrars, Principals of our constituent colleges. We thank for your gracious presence to this event, sir. I must not be forgetful in thanking all the JSSAHR officials who are present here and faculty members and staffs and NAM SNT staff members providing every possible cooperation to organize this event. I would like to express our sincere thanks to press and media for your excellent coverage and support in all our JSSAHR programs. I thank Professor Ravisa sir, Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, and Dr. Sivaraju, Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean of Academics, staffs and students of Department of Environmental Sciences for their tireless effort for making this event a success one. We are very much thankful to NAM SNT, JSSCHR and Scope for sponsoring this event. It would have been not possible to organize it without this support. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here and for making this event successful. Have a wonderful staying at Mysuru. Enjoy the workshop deliberations and the campus life at JSSAHR. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries to occupy the front seat of the auditorium for the keynote session. The keynote session will be on plastic waste management, Mysore experiment by Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidya Pita, Mysuru. Yes, sir. Now I request Dr. Sumana K, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, School of Life Sciences, JSS Aher, to introduce Dr. C.G. Betsurmat to the audience. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Pallavi and the organizing team for the opportunity. My pranams to the Sutturu Guru Parampara. I am honored to introduce Dr. C.G. Betsurmat sir. He pursued his PG degree in economics and started his career as lecturer in PG Center of Gulbarga and Belgaum. Later cleared KAS and served as Tashildar at Bhatkal, further as Assistant Commissioner and Subdivisional Magistrate of Gadag and Davangere subdivisions, followed by as Additional Deputy Commissioner and Additional Mysuru Urban Development Authority, Commissioner Archaeology, Museums and Heritage, Government of Karnataka, Commissioner Mysore City Corporation. He has also served as resource person for Administrative Training Institute, Mysuru, and Karnataka Police Academy, Mysuru. Also to Tashildar, Assistant Commissioners, IAS, IPS, Probationers, etc. He has shared his knowledge on Land Reforms Act, Land Acquisition Act, Urban Planning, Heritage Conservation and Management, Human Rights and Human Development, Right to Information Act with senior officers of state and central government. He has extended his service as a resource person during general elections empaneled by Election Commission of India. He was appointed as special officer of various committees during Dasara festivities. He was instrumental in organizing several workshops, seminars, and conferences, and also has shared his knowledge at both national and international forums and platforms. He is an eminent administrator, academician, and retired as Senior Super Time Scale Karnataka Administrative Service Officer with the rank of Special Secretary of Government of Karnataka, currently serving as Executive Secretary at JSS Mahavidyapita and oversees the functioning and development of JSS Mahavidyapita and its institutions. I humbly invite Sir for his keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries, delegates, invitees, friends and media friends. It gives me an immense pleasure to present a keynote address on the plastic waste management, the Mysore experiment. Normally, what we do in such conferences is that we discuss the various issues of the subject or on theoretical. So, in these conferences, actually, what is needed is we should also discuss about the practical experiences so that the suggestions and recommendations which we give will ultimately be valuable based on the experiences. And I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my experience, plastic waste management, the Mysore experiment. And I worked as a commissioner of Mysore City Corporation from November 2014 to July 2016, almost 1 year, 10 months. And in this session, while sharing my experience, I don't want to go into the technicalities. You all know that plastic is versatile, it's lightweight, easy to carry, durable, flexible, moisture resistant, strong and relatively inexpensive. And the most plastic, the items, they never fully disappear because they are all in our body. Microplastics have been found in our lungs, livers, spleens, and the latest research, the plastics, microplastics, they are found in the placentas of newborn babies also. So I don't want to go into these statistics. It has already been explained by Honorable the Chairman of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. And only thing I want to emphasize is that today we produce about 400 million tons of plastic waste every year, and around the world, 1 million plastic bottles are purchased every minute. And up to 5 trillion bags are used worldwide everywhere. Now, in India also, we know that India generates approximately 9.4 million tons of plastic waste, and Karnataka generates 2.96 lakh tons of plastic waste annually. And we are in this city today. It's called a heritage city. More than 205 heritage buildings are there in Mysore city. It is a city of palaces. It is a green city. More than 900 parks you will find in Mysore. Almost 50% managed by the Mysore City Corporation and another 50% managed by the Mysore Urban Development Authority. And it is a cultural city, you all know. It's a royal city. And all this make the people to live here and it is a retired people's paradise also. Most livable city, we call it. It is the clean city. And I worked as a commissioner of this corporation, and I also worked as a commissioner of Urban Development Authority. I also worked as a commissioner of State Archaeology Museums and Heritage, and I was the additional district collector here, and all this helped to understand the situation in Mysore. You also know this, that the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the Clean India movement in a mission mode, was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister of India on October 2, 2014, as a tribute to the 150th birth anniversary of the great Mahatma Gandhi. And it was in the mission mode. And this emerged as the largest urban movement. And under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Sarvekshan is conducted regularly every year to improve the status of urban sanitation while encouraging the large-scale citizen participation. And it has led to a spirit of healthy competition among the cities and towns of India. And in this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Mysore city also participated and did something and contributed also for the waste management, and more particularly the plastic waste management. I'll show a small video about the initiatives. And Mysore city got the first Cleanest City of India award 2 times in a row. And when we got the first Cleanest City award in 2015, the greatest challenge was to win it, and we did it. And we also got in 2016. And after that, I got retired. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಮೈಸೂರು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ನಗರ, ರಾಯಲ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಮೈಸೂರು ನಗರಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಾವು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಆಜ್ಞೆ ಹೊರಡಿಸಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅವನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ವಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮುಕ್ತ ಮೈಸೂರು ನಗರವನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮುಕ್ತ ರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳಿಂದ ಚೀಲಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊಲಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
MCC ಈಗ ನಮ್ದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಲೀಡರ್ ಇದ್ದ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಗುಡ್ ಲೀಡ್.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು,
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು,
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು,
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು,
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು,
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಗೆ ಮಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಭಾರತ. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ we started this plastic free Abhiyan in March 2016, only, 8 years ago. And you also know that the city is a very planned city, thanks to the Maharajas. The sanitary division was established in 1885 itself, and the first urban planning body, that is City Improvement Trust Board, now we call it as Urban Development Authority, was there since 1903. And one more thing is that the city is connected by the UGD, and almost all the households, they have got the UGD connections. And Mysore made it clean because, most importantly, the minimum open defecation, proper sanitation and hygiene, then efficient sewerage and drainage system, scientific solid waste management, safe quality and sufficient drinking water supply, and more than anything else, we put ban on plastic usage. And we conducted several extensive information, education, and behavioral change activities in Mysore city. This is the profile of the city population as per 2011 census. Now it is almost 12 lakhs, more than 12 lakhs. There are more than 2 lakh households in the city. And I don't want to go into the other details, but the quantity of waste generated, that time we assessed, it was 402 metric tons per day. That is 2016 figure. And now it is 532 metric tons per day in Mysore city. This is the latest information I got from the corporation. And when you look at the physical properties of the waste generated, you can see 55% is organic fractions, paper is only 10, plastic 18%. 18% means the total quantity of waste generated, 402 metric tons, even if we take 18%, means almost more than 73 metric tons per day plastic waste is generated in Mysore city. So, as already explained by our honorable chief guest, he has already told that the government of Karnataka is the first state to issue a notification on 11th March 2016. Notification was issued banning all types of plastics, irrespective of microns. And in that notification, plastic also includes the flex material and the thermocol. So we took advantage of this notification and started implementing the plastic ban activities. And Government of India also issued several notifications in 2016. Then the Amendment Acts, Amendment Rules 2018 and 21. Karnataka State Pollution Control Board has been regularly issuing the directions to all the local bodies. And most important direction was also during that time is ban on burning all types of waste. And I also use this Karnataka Open Places Prevention of Disfigurement Act 1981. I'll tell you later. And conducted several raids and imposed penalties also. And now the plastic bags thicker, the thickness is now increased to 100 microns, and less than that, all plastic is banned. So what actually we did? First of all, I constituted the Rapid Action Force. It is called as Abhaya. Abhaya means to help the people, the promise. And I introduced this team, 6 persons, and with fitted with all wireless set, equipments, etc. In each of the constituencies, there are 3 constituencies in Mysore city. So each constituency was taken care by this Abhaya team in conducting all the raids and other things to tackle the issues. And as I told you, this IEBC activities, extensively we do it. And Swachh Bharat mission it became the mass movement. The citizens, NGOs, and voluntary organizations, they were all involved in this movement, and we tried to change the mindset of the people. I'll tell you here one interesting thing. We had distributed 1,50,000 dustbins, 1,50,000 pairs of dustbins to the poor people in Mysore city. And in the beginning, I told there are more than 2 lakh households, and even the well-to-do people, they also started asking the 2 dustbins from the corporation. So this is the mindset. Can't they purchase? The well-to-do people. That also had to educate them. It happened actually. And we conducted several street plays, and theme-based drives were conducted in all the places, markets, schools, colleges, wards, parks, offices, etc. And we conducted the orientation programs to the municipal workers and told them to collect only the segregated waste and refuse the unsegregated waste. And along with that, we started taking activities for beautification of the city. And the other, as our Vice Chancellor told, he will take pledge tomorrow, but I had taken the pledge that time, and I circulated that pledge to all the people, majority of the people, asking them to take the pledge through WhatsApp messages. And that message I read, I, Dr. C.G. Betsurmat, Commissioner, Mysore City Corporation, commit that I will not throw any garbage or waste on road, street, vacant sites, and in drains, but will put only in dustbin or location provided for the same. I will also segregate wet and dry waste at source and hand it over to the collector. And I will say no to plastics. I shall also spread this message amongst the near and dear ones and my neighbors, and do the best to preserve and protect my environment. I started educating even the school children so that they will carry this message and educate their parents. So during Dasara also we did extensive IBC activities. Then most important, as I told you, Karnataka, it banned the plastic, which also flexible material. So I made the city holding free city during my time. The political parties also did not put up the holdings, and that was appreciated by the Election Commission of India also. And that was taken, I took advantage of this Karnataka Open Places Prevention of Disfigurement Act also. And various rallies were conducted, then meetings with the SHGs, then resident welfare associations. And I could put up 32 dry waste collection centers in different wards, so that people, instead of, and meantime what I did was also that I removed all the dustbins placed in the city to avoid further garbage, just putting in the dustbins and overloaded with the dustbins, this garbage. And these dry waste collection centers were also extensively used by the people. The other activities, our district collector also supported and conducted several meetings with the district officers and even the taluk level officers. So as a part of plastic free city initiatives, raids were conducted. I told you, district collector conducted the offices, and along with this, we have 9 zero waste management centers in Mysore, where absolutely the waste is converted into a zero waste. And this 4R principle I try to follow. Usually 3R principle, that is refuse, reduce, recycle. Reduce, recycle, and reuse. Then I introduced another R, refuse. Refuse unsegregated waste, and refuse the waste being put in the plastics. So cleanliness drives and awareness programs extensively we conducted. And this you have already experienced. I think this is a public bicycle sharing system. Train introduced in Mysore during my period. That's a World Bank funded project. We have 42 docking centers in the entire city, and more than, I think, 15,000 members. They are using this bicycle. And with these bicycles, we conducted several awareness rally programs also. So along with that, the number of raids conducted 162, and violations observed 115. We collected 42,700 penalty also. And when we banned the plastic usage, people started asking us the alternatives. And we could find out the alternatives also. And these are the raids conducted. So these are the alternatives available even now, but we are not going to, we don't know where they are available. And we made the people through publication also the alternatives available in the market where actually they are available. And these are the alternatives, what was banned and alternatives available. These I think we can use now, the alternatives. So for produce bags also there are alternatives, cups, there are alternatives, then plates, bowls, garbage bags, even the sheets, parcels, bakery items, raw meat, cutlery, flags and banners. And you can see here also, they have not used the flex material. That's all canvas. Here also, everything is canvas only, canvas material. So with this, we got several awards also. The First University of India award 2 times. Then the Center for Science and Environment also gave an award. And the India Today also gave us 3 awards. Then next, I retired in July 2016, joined JSS as Executive Secretary, and immediately I took up an initiative to make the JSS institutions clean campus, green campus, and plastic-free campus, and all this put together the smart campus. And we introduced this Pancha Sutra, the 5 principles: cleanliness and hygiene, save water, save energy, control food waste, and ban on plastic usage. And these are all the institutions. You can see how clean, how smart the institutions are. And Swachhata Pledge was also taken, and the students were educated, the faculty, the teaching and non-teaching, they were educated. And we could do some 80% achievement in our institutions. And I think, as promised by our Vice Chancellor, we will make it 100% in all our institutions, the plastic-free campuses. And this is most important. This is the annual Jatra, the fair conducted, held in Suttur. Since 2 years back, there we are using the steel plates for serving food to the people. And you all know that in the 6 days time, almost more than 12 lakh people, they participate in this Sutturu Jatra. And earlier, the paper plates with silver coating, they were used, and we found that the entire the waste which was buried there, it was still there like that. So we thought we should, with the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, we purchased 40,000 steel plates, and every year we are using those steel plates. So I thought this is a great initiative by our His Holiness Swamiji, and I thought to mention. Then we have several organizations, several NGOs in Mysore. And one of the, I think, most active organization, NGO, is Clean Mysore Foundation. And I must say with pride that I am the chairman for that Clean Mysore Foundation, CMF. My friends, our secretary of the association and the members, they are also present here. And they are actually doing extremely very good work in the city. Sometimes they do the work and tell me. So such an involvement is there. And many awareness programs have also been conducted by this NGO, established the Swachha Kutira for promotion of sales and eco-friendly products by reducing single waste plastic in Mysore. So these are the activities. So Clean Mysore Foundation future activities are most important, intensifying awareness of health hazards due to long-term plastic usage. Now, finally, what are the challenges? We have to implement the laws in a strict sense. Like what now, the other day we were traveling to Ooty for the meeting, and all along the hairpin bend curves, we found the signages regarding the ban on plastic usage. And at that Bandipur checkpost, my driver, he had kept some plastic water bottles in the car, and the entire box was taken, seized by the people at Bandipur checkpost. That's really a good initiative. So that type of strictness should come, and people will also not start asking any alternatives. They themselves will start finding the alternatives. And Dr. Suresh was telling about the antique pieces, the earlier the bags which we used to have, we used to store the vessels like that. Now we have to restart using them. So most important again is the need for change in the mindset of the people. If you ensure, if we do that, and 100%, I tell you, the city or the area or the country, that will be plastic free. And it should come from within. If we stop using the plastic items, then the demand for the plastic, it will come down, and automatically there won't be any supply. This is simple economics. And community engagement and education, they play a major role, and we have to encourage the NGOs who are doing very good work in the areas. This is one more video I'm sharing to sum up the entire the keynote address which I explained to you. This again pertains to the activities conducted for plastic waste management in Mysore city.
The 1950s can be termed as the decade of plastics. Plastics could be synthesized at a very low cost, and ever since its invention has seen wide range of utility. Starting from daily used plastic bags till its application in space technology components. But this material becomes a ban when it enters domestic and day-to-day lifestyle, especially its use as low-cost carry bags. It takes 10 times more money to recycle such plastics when compared to its cost of production. Hence, such plastics remain unrecycled and are thrown as waste. This is the beginning of the plastic pollution of the environment, which starts the death curve of the planet Earth. its ecosystem, and environment. Today, plastics pose up to 14% of the total deadly global environmental pollution. A total of 80% of the landfill waste is comprised of plastics. The leaching toxic substances that are present in low-cost plastic bags can poison the food substances that are carried in them when used over extended durations. That leaves our food that we consume and the air that we breathe contaminated with the use of plastics. Since it is very hard to recycle such plastics, it is wise to discontinue this use of plastics for regular and domestic purposes.
ಮೈಸೂರು ನಗರಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಾವು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. 11/3/2016 ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಪ್ಪನೆಯ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಜ್ಞೆ ಹೊರಡಿಸಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 16/3/2016 ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
The corporation offices have been declared plastic-free zones. The corporation conducted many raids against commercial establishments which were not aligning to the plastic ban policy.
ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ 162 ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರೇಡ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
The raid was conducted in 162 places and plastics have been seized from them. The NGOs have joined hands with us to educate people in places where plastics are being extensively used. To create awareness among people, posters, banners, and advertisements were displayed in all public places. As expected, the initial resistance to the anti-plastic drive was from the commercial establishments. Understanding this, the corporation had worked towards creating suitable alternatives when people told that the plastic ban was no doubt good, but as to provide suitable alternatives. We realized that it could be done with paper and cloth bags.
ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಆದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಏನು ಸೂಚಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಚೀಲಗಳಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
1,053 sewing machines were distributed to the underprivileged women and taught them to stitch cloth bags. We have lined up the machines that were given to us and we have started a garment stitch facility. Cloth bags can be used as an effective alternative to plastic covers. They are durable as well as colorful. Bags that are made of jute or coir can carry more weight. Also, we can use it to carry and store food items safely.
ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದಲೂ ಏನು ಈ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಚೀಲಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಏನು ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಲೋಟ ಅಥವಾ ಗ್ಲಾಸಿನ ಲೋಟಗಳನ್ನ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ತಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಎಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಏನು ತಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅಂಥವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪುನಃ ಆ ಬಳಕೆಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಿಷೇಧ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ.
Let's use paper instead of plastic. Also, we can use cloth bags as an effective alternative. Cooperate to keep your beautiful city clean and environment healthy.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಗೆ ಮಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಭಾರತ. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಯ ಕಡೆಗೆ. So with this, I conclude. I'll salute if you do not pollute. Thank you very much.
Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Surendra Singh, to give a token of gratitude for sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to extend my thanks to all for joining this inaugural and keynote session. I owe my gratitude to all who extended support directly or indirectly to make this event a grand success. I would like to thank the administrative department of JSS Medical College for all the logistic and the venue rendered for the smooth execution of this event. Thank you, one and all. We shall break for a tea, and I request everyone to reassemble for the technical session coming up. And the session chair would be Dr. John Samseth, President Scope Netherlands, and moderator Dr. Suryanarayan S. Scope India. Thank you, one and all. I request all the speakers to upload your oral presentation in the IT section for the technical session 1.
ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಬ್ಬರೇನಾ ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಒಬ್ಬರೇನಾ
I request everyone to reassemble for the technical session 1, and I also request all the participants delegate to come forward, and I request the poster presenter to display your poster in the venue or board which is being provided with the help of our volunteers. I welcome everyone for the technical session 1. The moderator for this session will be Dr. Surya Narayan S., Deputy Director Research, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, Salem. And the chair for this session will be Dr. John Samseth, President, Scope, Netherlands. Over to you, sir.
Welcome back. Very good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of organizing committee, we are welcoming you all for this first technical session. This session comprises of 1 keynote talk and 5 invited talk. The keynote talk would be 30 minutes of time, which is about 25 minutes presentation and 5 minutes discussion, followed by the invited talk, 15 minutes of time, 13 minutes presentation and 2 minutes of discussion. So with this, it is my great pleasure to introduce this session's chairperson, Professor Dr. Jan Samseth, President of Scope, Netherlands. Jan Samseth is a professor of physics at Oslo Metropolitan University in Norway and member of Norwegian Academy of Technical Sciences. He holds a PhD in physics from MIT and an MBA from ENSPM in France with focus on energy. His research has been within nanotechnology and renewable energy. He was just appointed leader of the newly developed PhD program in innovation for sustainability at his university. This program will house a number of students from NAM SNT countries. He is the current president of SCOPE, Scientific Committee on Problems of the Environment, and has a focus on engaging activities outside the traditional SCOPE geographical area. In addition, he is a researcher at SINTEF, the largest research organization in Norway. Most recently, he has managed one of the largest wind energy projects funded by Horizon 2020. He is an advocate of nuclear energy and occasionally appear in public debates on the issue. Over to you, Professor John Samseth.
It's a pleasure for me to open the first session. And our first invited keynote speaker is Professor Kantiya Pakaradan. He comes from the University of Jaffna, and he is the head in the Department of Agriculture, Biology, and at the Faculty of Agriculture. He has a PhD from from the University of Sydney in Australia, and he has a master's in plant protection technology. He has authored a number of books and papers, and so we are very pleased to have him here, and his talk will be plastic hazards of microplastic pollution in agriculture. Please, welcome.
So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, the chairperson of the session, Professor John, and the organizing committee members, and the moderator, Dr. Surya Narayanan, and the NAM SNT Center, giving me an opportunity to deliver a keynote speak on the title of The Hazards of Microplastic Pollution in Agriculture. So my talk will be in the 3 different sections. The first section is just an introductory section, and the second sections will be the microplastic impact on the soil microorganisms, and the last part of the presentation will be how we can cope up with this microplastic pollution. So you all know that in 1950s, when the plastic was invented, the scientific community was very happy and is welcome this product. But due to the versatility of these plastics, the demand was growing continuously. In every year, it has been estimated that the 4% global demand is there to the plastic products, and it consumes 8 to 9% of the global oil and gas consumption. So this now, from the 70 years of the invention, so microplastic is now being mostly hated human inventions, because you all know that from the senior officials from the Mysore, you heard about that only the 20% of the plastics has been recyclable and 80% has been not recyclable, and it is there in the environment, it is continuously accumulating. It's going to be a big headache for the next generation. So therefore, you know, scientifically, there are 7 different types of the plastics based on the chemical properties and the composition and the toxicology and the commonly used. We can classify 7 different plastics. See, in the classification of the plastic debris, when you go look into that, so there are 4 different classes of the microplastics are there. So we can call it as the macroplastics and mesoplastic and microplastic and nanoplastics. Actually, my topic is today is the microplastics. You know that the microplastic would not able to see through your naked eye, so you need an optical microscope. So the sizes ranges from these 500 micron to 1 micron. So therefore, we are now considering the major focuses on the microplastic pollution in the terrestrial ecosystem, because you all know the microplastics originates in the 2 different sources. One is the primary sources we called as in the cosmetics and the personal care products. And the secondary sources, when these macroplastics or the general plastic go through a biodegradation process or physical degradation process and the chemical degradation process, it can produces these particles we also call as microplastics. These different kind of the microplastic now we considering as a major toxic to the environment, and also it has been estimated that this microplastic pollution range more than the 4 to 23 times higher than the aquatic pollutions, aquatic microplastic concentration. In Europe, it has been estimated in 2016 in Europe and Northern America alone, 7 million tons of microplastics inputted into the agricultural land. So therefore, my focus going to be in how this microplastic is getting into the agricultural land and what are the impact this microplastic is going in the soil microorganisms and enzymal activities and the plant growth and the productivity. So you see that from the literature, published from the 2016 to 2021, it says these authors from these different countries of it's published that microplastics and its impact on the agricultural lands and the soil microorganisms and the plant growths. So if you look into this, the impact, the contamination of the microplastic in the soil and the freshwater ecosystems is high to low. It is distributed in different part of the world. And if you look into that terrestrial ecosystem, how this microplastic in distributed in the terrestrial level of contamination developed countries. So therefore, so this is more into the microplastics. If you look at this, how these microplastics originated and how it is reached in agricultural lands. You know, there are different sources. So when you use the microplastic, general plastics, definitely it will convert it by the weathering process. Also, it produces microplastic. And also when these large parts of plastics, when we use for agricultural lands, especially for the mulching purposes, and when we use the urban council and municipal council and state council recycle the compost when we are using for as a compost or the soil amendments, the microplastic reaches. And when we are using these sludges for the landfill and as an irrigation, these microplastics reaches in the agricultural soils. So when it is reaches in agricultural soils in every aspect and every sources, so you see that the sludge and compost, how much of microplastics it reaches the agricultural land. So you see that why we are using the sludge and compost products, because you know that due to the anthropogenic activities, we are generating the millions and millions tons of these wastes, including plastics. Even the plastics is mixed with an recyclable garbages. So then when they are going for a composition, the amendment process, These degraded material may get into that sludges and composers. We don't know whether it is present or not because you cannot see through the our naked eye. In 2018, in publication, they have mentioned that that study, it says that 7 tons of hectometer and 35 tons of hectometer of compost products can lead to input of microplastic of 1.2 kilogram and 6.3 kilogram of cultivated land into the cultivated lands. You see that it imagine that how much of microplastic is just a study for with the 735 tons. So how much of the compost and amendments we are using around the world. In the European data says, the European and North American data says the annual flux of these microplastic through the sludge and the compost product into the agricultural lands, it varies with maximum of 430,000 to 300,000 tons respectively in the European and the North American cultivated lands. So if you're taking the second source, it's a plastic film mulching. You know that we are using plastic mulches in agriculture nowadays. This plastic mulch usage is highly being popular. Because why? Because of we are using these plastics to prevent the water losses into the environment, and we are using these plastics to manage the weed into the agricultural land without applying these chemical insecticides and the pesticide, chemical weedicides. And also we are using these plastics to control the temperature. If we are using these the plastics for the different aspects as a mulch, the film mulching, then when it is go for the weathering, definitely the degraded one, it will get into the agricultural land. It has been estimated that you see that in 2018 publication, it says, so more than 128,652 kilometers squared land is covered with the plastic film. If it is that, is mean, so more than a double times of the from Sri Lanka, the land coverage. So when it is there, so if it is continuously used and year by year, it will get into the soil. Time due to the year by year. So then one experiment is conducted. It says if you are using the microplastic film of 5 years and 15 years and the 24 years time period, there are more chances of 80 into 308 and 1075 of microplastic particles, kilogram of microplastic particles into the agricultural soil. So this is an experiment. So without the experiment, how these general farmers and all around the world, the agriculture farms is using this plastic mulch, so we can expect how much it can. In another study in the Beijing, China, so dust-proof nets in another kind of plastics we are using in the greenhouses and other agricultural purposes. It has been mentioned that it ranges from 2,072 to 13,752 microplastic kilogram in China alone. This is mainly the polypropylene and polyeno. These are the plastic forms. Then another source is then sewage irrigation. You all know that. So the day-to-day human activities and the detergents and household, the washing machines are and hotels are generating so much of this water, polluted water. In the polluted water, we are using for the purification process. After the purification process, then we are using as for agricultural purposes. We are not using the household purposes. We can use as an irrigation purposes. If we are using that sewage as an irrigation purposes, this is a most prominent source. Even if treated, 1% chances of microplastics can get into the agricultural lands. You can say regardless of the sewage waste treated or not, it has been estimated that 1.5 to 10 to the power 4 to 4.5 into 10 to the power 6 microplastics is discharged through the sewage irrigation into the agricultural land. And the main sources of, I have already explained that the main sources of microplastic in this sewage irrigation water, this textile fibers and household washing machine and personal care products debris. And in the eastern Spain, then another study shows that So in the farmlands, they are getting 5,190 a kilogram of microplastics if it is irrigated with the sewage irrigation compared to that other irrigation without pure water irrigation. It's nearly about 2030. You see 3,000 microparticles are getting into the agricultural land through sewage irrigation. So other than these sources, so we are using the plastic bags and the cosmetic, the domestic waste and mismanagement waste, all are we are throwing into the agricultural lands. Finally, it is reaches there. And waste from incineration is another problem because if we are not properly managed in the developing countries and the people don't know much about the plastic impacts, they are going for the incinerations. During the incineration process, also this microplastic is reached in the agricultural land to the when the wind is blowing, it is brought it in the through the dust particles, and also when it is rain there, it will reach the agricultural lands. So how microplastics are harmful to the living organism? If the question asks, definitely it's harm because this act as a carrier for these heavy metals. Microplastic act as a carrier for the heavy metals, and also the antibiotic materials attached there. We are using the several pharmaceutical materials, and also the agrochemicals having these the heavy metals. These heavy metals, this microplastic, when it reaches the agricultural land, it can carry these heavy metals, and other organic and persistent organic pollutants also can reach the agricultural land by using these microplastics. If it is reached the agricultural land, then the problem starts. It's a living things. Whenever we are throwing into, then it is, we call it as an open digestive system. Whenever you throw it, it tries to digest it, otherwise the waste will accumulate in the environment. So this is, we call it as a live digestive system. So when this microplastic reaches in the agricultural land, you know that this, from there we are producing the foods. First, it will change the soil properties by different ways. I will explain from the next slide. And it is the microorganism is microplastic, so it can alter their behavioral changes and the production and growth. So it will reach the groundwater when it is going the deep percolation. So finally, it will absorb by the plants, and final plant product will be get affected. From physiology as a direct effect and indirect effect due to this soil biota changes. So if we look at the one by one, the soil properties, how these microplastics waste changes the soil properties. Right? You know that the soil, if the agricultural land, if the soil water holding capacity and the bulk density and these physicochemical properties, pH and the organic composition of the soil are very, very important in agricultural land, then only we can get a good crop production. If the microplastic is reaches in this agricultural soil, it will change the soil property because you know that the microplastic having the hydrobiotic surfaces, it can absorb the waters, and also it can absorb the other materials in there. And also if it is high absorbed, then the water holding capacity will get affected. The water holding capacity of the soil is affected. Farmers can't decide and when to irrigate and how much the irrigation intervals. So there are more chances of more irrigation chances. When it is irrigated more, it will reach microplastic chances to get into the soil water systems. If the microplastic is there in the soil, it can change the soil. It can block the soil micropores. If the soil micropores is blocked, then the microplastics as the soil cannot get a proper aeration. If it is not aerated, the microorganism living there in the soil will get died, so that your plant will not grow as expected. So that movement of the microplastic in the soil, when it is reached the agricultural lands, the microorganisms get contacted and the weathering process is going on. So when the macroorganisms is trying to get away from the agricultural soil, if it is microplastic contamination or toxic material is there, especially the earthworms and the millipedes and centipedes can bore into that and will go there in the deeper. When it is making the boreholes, these microplastic go into there and finally it will reach the ecosystem. Then the soil enzymes activities. You know that in the soil, when we are putting the organic amendment things, microorganisms will get interacted. The microorganisms producing the enzymes, these organic material will degraded and it converted into the absorbable forms by the plants. As we call it as the nutrition cycling in the agricultural lands. If these microplastics is there, it can alter the enzymatic activity, especially you know that the fluorescein diacetate hydrolases and dehydrogenases and ureases activities are altered. Sometimes it will be activated, sometimes it will be deactivated, sometimes it will get slowed down the activators. If this activation process is slowed down, then it will it will try to interfere with this nutrition cycle, especially in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium cycles, the carbon cycle. And there are studies that has been published on how much doses of different microplastic materials, maybe polypropanol and polylactic acid, and different doses, how they are influencing these major enzymes responsible for nutrition cycling on the soil ecosystem. And other than the microplastic amount, their polymer type and the shape and exposure time also influences the enzymatic activities and the microbial communities present in the agricultural land. So this, it mentioned that, for example, I can say, so depending on the polymer types, or PE, polyethylene types, interfere with an ureases catalytic activity. If this ureases catalytic activity is affected, definitely it can affect the nitrogen cycles. For example, the shape of the microplastic, especially if you are taking that fiber microplastic, polypropylene fiber materials, right? It will affect the dehydrogenases in opposite way. So then nitrocycling will slow down, so the phosphorus cycle will not complete properly. And exposure time. If it is exposure time is higher, then it will interfere with an incubation activities. So started enzyme activity process that will get retarded. So this an experiment shows that even in the 70 days of incubation studies, so first 20 days, this beta glucoside is affected by this presence of these microplastic particles in the soil. So other than the soil microorganisms and the shape and size type and the polymer type and the sizes of the microplastics, you know that environmental alteration can affect directly the microplastic degradation, also directly can interfere with the soil and plant growth and microbial community, because the microplastic is consisting of the several toxic substances that I mentioned, using the bisphenol and the PBD and the phospholates. These are toxic substances directly contacted with the soil root, the plant root. Definitely the plant will get die. And if these toxic substances reach the microorganisms will get die. If the beneficial microorganism population is less in the soil, then your root will not proliferate and it will not get absorbed enough amount of nutrition, then the productive will be affected. Changing the microbial enzymes. So if these microbial enzymes is changed, the number of microorganisms present and the microorganism, the metabolic activities will get interfered. So there is another detrimental effect. Finally, it will reach the plants. So microplastic, they are affecting in two ways: direct effect and the indirect effect. Indirect effect we have discussed so far, due to the changes of the soil microorganism composition and the type, and also the soil properties changes, they interfere the plant productivity and the growth. Direct effect are there because the microplastics are very small, you cannot see naked eye, as I explained. So when the water has absorbed it through the root system, the microplastic get into the root systems and it will reach the xylem vessel. The xylem vessel will get blocked, then the plant cannot absorb whatever the amount of food, the nutrition it needed. If the xylem vessel is blocked, then the plant will not get properly evaporate the water and get into the environmental system. The water is not evaporated properly in the environment, the water cycle will get affected. If the water amount present in the plant is affected, definitely the seed germination process, seed maturations will be declined, and it will not produce enough amount of biomass. If the biomass production is reduced, definitely it will yield of this plant will get declined. Definitely we will not get enough amount of food as we expected. Then the soil macroorganisms. You know that I explained that what are the impact of this microplastic in soil macroflora. The soil macroflora, if these microorganisms get contact with this or ingested with this microplastic, in the earthworms, you know that it gut cells will get damaged. So if the gut cell is damaged, definitely these other harmful microorganisms get into the gut of the earthworm will die, your soil will die. And other immune system of these millipedes and the centipedes is get affected, then this organism survival rate will be in questions. And slow that if the microplastic is there in the soil system, this organism will away because it feel that it's a toxic. So the microorganism, the macroorganism need good environment for their survival and to making this plant compost material, whatever they added to make the plant nutritious. So this combined effect also there, it has been studied in less, but because other than the microplastic direct effect, the combination of effect will be there because the pesticide material is carrying these heavy metals and the persistent organic pollutants will be there. And also some of the toxic materials in the pharmaceutical materials, the antibiotics always will carry and it will reach finally, it can cause the combination effect rather than the individual effect, combination effects will be there. So these much of detrimental effects are there in the when this microplastic reach the soil agricultural ecosystem. So what are the prevention? Or as in this workshop giving a platform to prepare the document to address these problems. So look at that. So we can see this rising agricultural plastic is an alarming that. So we have to create the public awareness regarding the microplastic, not the general plastic, because in a study says 8% of the total population in the world know very much about these microplastics, right? And the sustainable international treaties, so far there is no international treaties available to bind the signing countries to abide by these plastic control activities. The rigid regulations are not available, and monitoring mechanisms and the research focused on the cheap alternative biodegradable material and strict implementation. So far, if you look at that awareness program, as this Mysore chairman said that they have created a lot of awareness regarding the plastics, but not the microplastic. Related to the microplastic, we have to take initiation. Around the world, you can see that the VESA 3 in the German non-profit groups and Team Cs and Micro PC community and Beat, Microbeat, there are different independent communities working around the world to create an awareness to the general public related to the microplastic impact on the living organisms and the human being, especially for the marine ecosystem as well as in the terrestrial ecosystem. So these are some of the more detailed information is giving the working communities, giving an awareness in different part of the world. An international effort. If you look at the international efforts, so United Nations, the group of G7 countries and the European Forum and the World Bank are taking measures around you can see that in this picture it says around the world how much of policy frameworks has been implemented or what are the actions, awarenesses taken by individual country. So these countries of the United Nations and the World Bank are working to independently in the countries. There is no any international treaties or international policies are not available so far to strictly need to work on the combating from this microplastic pollution. The challenges in the future directions, you see, if you look at that developing countries, especially Asian countries, it's 1 or 2 countries. Other countries, the microplastic researchers are very less. Even 1 or 2 publications we can count by the fingers. So we have to much focus on the real impact of this microplastic, the soil microflora, soil microfauna, and what is the fate of this microplastic when it is exposed to the environment, or in the agricultural land or in other terrestrial ecosystems. And fund for the researchers to strengthen the fund, we have to follow the funding opportunities, or we have to create that donors and different funding opportunities to strengthen these high-tech researchers to even to identify this microplastic pollution. How do we can sort it out these microplastic problems from the agricultural lands? In a nutshell, if you look at that nutshell, so scenario is there. We are using that plastics. It create the problem as a microplastic in the soil agricultural ecosystem. And the knowledge gap is there. So certain policies has been developed and certain groups are working independently. But our knowledge gap is still there. We have to focus on high-tech researches, cultural soils, and even in the human being now it has been published that researchers, it's reached the human blood, microplastic. When you eat the food and the fishes with the contaminated with the microplastic, so it reaches the human blood. If it is there in the human blood, there will be chances of blockage of the organs and chances of inducing of the cancers. So these type of high-tech researchers, we need to focus on that. With this, thank you very much for your patience to observing my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very important presentation. Are there any questions in the audience? If not, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Is there any, can some of these microplastics eventually be converted into soil carbon?
Yeah. So especially the soil carbon sequestration, soil carbon accumulations will be there if this microplastic is accumulated in the agricultural land. So because it's prevent the degradation of these, some of the reduces the activities of some of these enzymes. I have mentioned that some of the ureases and the phospholases, some of these enzymes. If it is this enzyme is affected because microorganism can't regulate the carbon cycle. So then there will be chances of collapse of the carbon cycle, chances for accumulation.
Thank you.
Any questions from the participants? Yes.
Nice presentation, sir. Thank you. We did a small research study where we used wax worms, these bee wax, honeybee wax worms. That's a pest actually to honeybees.
Yeah.
So that was studied to eat up, to ingest this LDP plastic sheets. And we found like pretty good results, the reduction in weight of the plastic after 10 days or so. So furthering this research, the future scope of it is like find out the microorganisms in the gut of those worms and use them to, the enzymes that are secreted by the gut microbiome to degrade plastic. Do you have any, can you throw any more light on this?
Yeah, because the publication related to the real study of this, how these gut microorganisms, because gut microorganism is very important for the, as usual, digestion of these microorganisms. If these enzymes is blocked of these microorganisms, or direct toxicity of these microorganisms, direct toxicity of microplastic when digested through the microorganism enzymes, so can harm this microorganism. These type of research findings not available. So we do have to focus on this, how these type of enzyme modification, finally the end product, excretion from this microorganism, so how it is physically or chemically composition wise is changed.
Nice presentation. I have one query. Generally, we bury all plastic waste or litter in the soil. So, how many times it takes to convert into plastic to microplastic? Have you report or times it takes to plastic debris into microplastic?
So it depends on the weathering process, and also depend on the physical activities we are conducting. Yes, weather conditions.
For any rough estimation?
No. So far, not for studied much on that. Yes, that is studies is needed because they conducted in one study about the duration.
Yes.
So duration, how much of microplastic accumulates? How many times the general plastic is converted into microplastic degenerate study. So these type of researches we have to focus more on.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Since it creates so much of health hazard, is there any comprehensive program from world bodies like WHO to combat this issue?
So WHO taking initiatives to plastics. So because the plastics, if they are reduce the production, so then secondary sources of microplastic reach into the agricultural lands will be declined, their target. Second, they mainly focus on WHO is cosmetic care products. So they are now explaining that. So every producers to show what are the microplastics, so what are the different types of plastics they are in the cosmetic products and the beads products. In such way, they are now regulating. So they are giving an awareness. People should not buy or reduce. They have to buy with a care. Which are the type of ingredients are there? The cosmetic and personal care products. This type of awareness is now WHO is not elaborative one. Yes, it's a common one.
Hello, sir. We already know that a lot of countries are using sanitary landfills as a method for disposal of the waste. Will it be of any help if we introduce some plastic digesting organisms initially before disposal into the landfill? And how effective do you think it is in case of microplastics?
Yeah, nowadays the microbiologists are working on to invent these plastic eating microorganisms. Plastic eating microorganisms. They have achieved some of these bacteria, especially they call it as some of the superbug type microorganism, and also identified microorganism. They are trying to modify genetically to further increase the efficiency of the plastic making. In this type of researches are going.
Thank you, Doctor. One final question. So we know that most of the temperate countries using this soil mulching to prevent the soil erosion as well as keeping the water moisture in the soil. Is there any alternative for this? Because most of the microplastic coming to the soil from this kind of mulching plastic bags. So is there any alternative for that?
Alternatives we can give as a, we have to, if we want to use the plastic, we have to use not degradable plastic. That only we can give as a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
So let's give him a big hand. Okay, then we go on to the next speaker, which is
Token of appreciation. So please.
okay. Now the program continues. The next speaker is Professor Ibrahim Hassan Gadalla from Alexandria University in Egypt. And his title is Hazards of Plastics, a Case Study from Egypt. Please.
Good morning. I'm Ibrahim Hassan. I'm from Egypt. I would like to express my deepest thanks and thank from the bottom of my heart the organizing committee for inviting me over. This is my first time to be in India, and I was very happy and excited to be here. I would like to express my deepest thanks to Professor Amitava for inviting me, Professor John, and I'm sure we will have a good session. Okay. Thank you. I will make it very simple as a story. It's not a real science, but I will show you how plastics affect our environment, terrestrial and aquatic. The title is Hazards of Plastics. This is a study case from Egypt. Actually, we believe that we did not inherit our environment from our parents. We borrowed from our kids, our children. So we have to keep it sustainable. We have to keep it clean. Our environment is our pride. We have to respect it. As we heard in the morning that from 2011, plastic pollution was an issue. Indeed, it was. In 2011, United Nations Environmental Program announced 25 important environmental issues. One of them was plastic waste or plastic pollution. It was very new at that time. As also we hear that 43%, more than 40%, actually 43% of plastics are coming from Mediterranean, going to Mediterranean is about 43% coming out from the terrestrial ecosystem. I hear the question about how the percentage of changing microplastics to microplastics. We did a comparative study between Egypt, Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and Cairo, Alexandria in Egypt. We found that the rate of decomposition of macroplastics into microplastics, it increases with the UV intensity and temperature, as well as solar intensity. We found in Jeddah, the rate of transformation of macroplastics into microplastics is 25% more than that in Egypt. Moreover, in Egypt, we had two places, one in the Mediterranean and one on the Red Sea. The Red Sea is hotter than the Mediterranean, and it was 10 times more than that in Mediterranean. So as Dr. Kadaya says, it depends on the physical conditions. And as the solar intensity increases, the rate of decomposition also increases. In 2018, science reported that Egypt is the 7th position in the list of countries mismanaging plastic waste. This is true. There are some slum areas in Egypt, especially in Cairo, which is the capital. We found a huge amount of plastic waste, tons and tons of plastic waste over there. And the problem is there is no segregation. There is no classification of these plastics. And people there, they are very rich, by the way. They are multimillionaires out of this garbage. They collect the garbage, they classify it, and they started to sell it. And this is a big issue. As you can see, people are living within this area, are living among a huge amount of garbage. Actually, we took these photos as a snap because we couldn't do it properly. Because if we do it properly, they will kill us. People are businessmen. They are collecting garbage, classifying them, segregate them, and resell them as a kind of business. As you see, tons and tons of plastic waste are collected, I can say, weekly. So plastic pollution is a challenging issue. Yes, it is. We did a study a couple of years ago. It has been published in 2022 in Science of the Total Environment about impact of personal protective equipment, especially plastic gloves and masks on the terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems during COVID-19, either in Egypt or in Saudi Arabia. These are the plastic garbage collected during 2020. We started a very big campaign. We launched a big campaign between different areas in Egypt and also in Saudi Arabia. It says no for plastics. It's enough. We have to keep our environment clean. As you see, hundreds of plastic waste are laid down on the beaches. It's clear. What was the problem? These two wells, we found them poor wells. We found them dead on the Egyptian seashore. They are poor. As we heard now, they ingested plastics as if it was food, but it was not food. So they were suffocated and finally they are dead. We found different pieces of plastics inside their stomach. Each whale contains 250 kilograms of plastics. Try to imagine 250 kilograms of plastics. Most of them are plastic waste, plastic bags. Also, there are other pollutants from the sea. From where they come? From the terrestrial ecosystem. From where terrestrial ecosystem bring these plastics? From us. So we are destroying our environment and you have to pay back. We have to clean it. As I said, we started a big campaign, different ages, different classes. I mean, in the society, they were so happy. So it's part of our mission is to create awareness, to increase the awareness among people. We have to teach people in the school, in the universities. There is a say, it says, or we believe in one say, it says, teach kids in the school, teach parents at home. It's very true. I will tell you a story. I was passing by my car. I have my daughter beside me. I was drinking a bottle of water. And when I finished, I just squeezed it like this. She was thinking that I will throw it away. She said, Dad, what are you doing? Don't pollute the environment. Stop it. Give it to me. And she put it beside her. I'm not going to throw it away from the window, although many people do. So this is what they teach in the school. My wife was beside her because she didn't study environmental issues at home. She said, why you are not throwing it? You are not one. So if you throw it, you are not going to pollute the environment. You are just one. This is the difference. So we have to teach our kids. We have to increase their awareness. This will be the next generation where we will depend on them on changing the environment. Actually, the kids were very happy and they started to make a fish-like perforated box to collect these plastic bags and to get rid of extra sand. And then they collected plastic bags and put it in a rubbish bin. When we did a brief comparison between different items of plastics we found around 70% are personal protective equipment. 42% were masks, 29% gloves, plastic bags 7%, and other issues were about 22%. So as we heard again, I am alone, I can make a difference, but all together we can make impact. So we have to put our hands together to put an impact, to change the environment, to say stop for plastic. I was so happy yesterday when I went to some supermarkets here. They don't sell the goods in plastic bags, in paper bags. It was very good. I believe we are here today to change our environment, to shape our future for the next generations. Today, I heard a very interesting thing. For the whole my life, I believe in 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Today, I hear the 4th R, which is refuse. And this is new, so I have to change this slide to be 4 R's. I learned today the 4th R. So as I said, we have to, we should not throw our waste away. We have to collect them and classify them somewhere to be recycled, reused. So we have to follow throw away less. This is one of the green aspects of the green environment. So this is, it's written in Indian, but it's in Arab, in English. It says, we did not inherit our environment from our parents. We borrowed it from our children. As a conclusion, I will finish before time. We believe we can make a change. environmentalists like all of you, we can make an impact. We can make a difference. We can make our environment cleaner. Last but not least, I hope to welcome you sometimes in Egypt, in Alexandria, my city. It's a coastal city. It's a very nice. So all of you are welcome, and we hope we can make some collaboration together, all of you in Egypt soon. Thank you. Any question? I'm ready.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, it was so simple. Thank you.
Okay. Then we will present you with a certificate before
Oh,
you
thank
leave.
you, sir. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim.
Our next speaker is Dr. Manoy Kumar from the Environmental Science and Biomedical Methodological Division of the CSIR, the National Physical Laboratory in New Delhi.
Good afternoon to all of you. Today I am going to present on topic current status and significance of ambient microplastic research in India. As our keynote speakers and earlier speaker has told so many things about the background of microplastic, what is microplastic, what is size varies. So just here I presented the size of microplastic through this structure. So in addition to the previous speakers, the size of microplastic is still to discover, still to make some consensus among the scientists or researchers. It comes from primary and secondary source. I'm not going to much detail about the sources. Already previous speaker had told about this. Before showing the microplastic research status of India, I want to show the current atmospheric microplastic research status at the global level. When we went through the research article search, we went through different search engine like Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Elsevier, and there are so many whatever available on the internet. We find 55 research articles, that means experimental research article, and 24 review articles. In this graph, we taken only experimental research article in from 2015 to 2022. In 2015, one research group of France, Drish et al., has initiated the study on the atmospheric microplastic, and that was the first research article which published regarding ambient microplastic. And thereafter, the research increases in after 2018. It increases tremendously and exponentially. It indicates the study related to microplastic is emergent field in present time. Further, we analyzed this research article according to continent wise. We found that Asian countries contribute 60% research article, and list was from the South American countries. Further, we go through the Asian countries. We found China published almost 1/3 literature, and other Asian countries have very few contribution related to the microplastic research, and India have only 3 studies. we try to find out why, what would be the reason behind that this ASEA has contributed 60% research article. So we found that the problem related to microplastic, because waste generation is high in Asia. So here Asian countries contributed maximum plastic waste generation according to CPCB annual report. And in Asian studies, 60% studies have taken suspended or deposited form of microplastics. So first, I would like to show the plastic generation trend in India. As we see that from 2011 to 2019, the plastic waste generation has increased in many folds. It indicates the availability of microplastic is going to increase right now, because microplastics generated due to the disintegration of plastic litter or debris. And in context to world, India ranks the 5th country in the plastic waste generation. So as I told, we found 3 research articles from India, and we compile in this table according to basis of a study period, sampling place, and sampling time. First study was conducted at CSIR NEERI, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute at Nagpur. They take account roadside suspended dust for 2 years, 2019 and 20. And second was the research group of Pondicherry University has conducted a study at the Chennai. And third study was performed by the Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and they taken street dust and suspended dust. So after when this research came, how society act, here I want to show that on the basis of this research article, which published in Chemosphere by Pondicherry Research Group. The title of this research article was Prevalence and Characteristics of Microplastic Present in the Street Dust Collected from Chennai Metropolitan City, India. On the basis of this research article, the Times of India Chennai edition published this news with a caption, Chennai, you are breathing microplastic. Further, on the basis of this news, Southern Zone National Green Tribunal, that means NGT, has took suo motu. And in this case, NGT was the applicant and government of Tamil Nadu was the respondent. And the case filed as a status file on behalf of Central Pollution Control Board. And as we know that, here I want to mention CPCB revise time to time National Ambient Air Quality Monitoring Standards. So NAQS. Last time in 2009, they revised 12 parameter of pollutants like PM10, PM2.5, SOx, NOx, etc. However, standards for atmospheric microplastic monitoring were not a part of National Ambient Air Quality Standards System. Therefore, the revision of National Ambient Air Quality Standards has been initiated, and standards for the atmospheric microplastic monitoring shall be examined as a part of proposed study. The study is under process. Hopefully, if Central Pollution Control Board will revise the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, the microplastic will be the one of the pollutant. So why this microplastic? Why we all are worried about the this microplastic researchers, NGT and other CPCB? Already our keynote speakers and other speakers had told about it's the health issues impact. Microplastics has a various health issues. we found in the human blood, breast milk, and there are so many health issues already earlier speakers has been discussed. So therefore, the inventory study related to identification, characterization, and quantification of atmospheric microplastic are an urgent need in various cities of India. Unfortunately, only 3 cities have a very preliminary studies in case of microplastic. So we have to assess the microplastic concentration at least major city like metropolitan city, still metropolitan city, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore have not any study regarding the microplastic. So further, it helps to concern regulatory bodies like CPCB, other state pollution control board, and health department to perform the studies to reveal the impact on various components of the environment. This outcome of the research enable the policy decision makers to take appropriate action and make proper strategy for the abatement. So what is the further scope in case of India? As I told, the study related to atmospheric microplastic is in very preliminary stage. So scopes, there are so many scopes for further study, like what is the composition still we have to find out. What is the relation with the meteorological or weather parameter, how wind velocity affects the microplastic concentration, how other weather parameter, temperature can increase or decrease or settle down the suspended microplastics. What is the vertical profiling? Because microplastics are very lighter particle, and it can go up to several meter heights. So how it can affect they may be affects the air pollutant also. So the study is required. What is the dominant source of different CC according to residential area, commercial area, landfill site, residential? It need to explore. What is the diurnal changes? How microplastic concentration changes according to the diurnal pattern, and as an individual component of particulate matter, because all studies are has taken account with the particulate matter, how individually it behaves, that we need to explore. And further, impact assessment of various living organisms like human being, plants, other animals is need to, because there is no study related to the impact of how they are impacting on various biotic things is still to explore in case of India. So thank you very much to providing me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very interesting talk to learn about India. Questions? Any questions?
Sure.
In the very last slide, you have raised the concerns or the issues for India. I think all the issues what you have mentioned are very general. It is required everywhere, not specific to India.
Yeah, this is actually I taken my this presentation for current status of atmospheric microplastic research in India. Although world are looking for all these things, but some papers or some research article available for different countries. But in case of India, only 3 articles are available on roadside dust, suspended dust, but other topics need to explore actually. So this is the research gap or in case of our country, India actually.
Sir, regarding atmospheric distribution of microplastic, I still did not understand how it gets generated into like the atmosphere. I did not get a clear picture.
Okay. Actually, as so many speakers told, ki microplastic, there are 2 sources of microplastic. One is primary, and second is secondary. Primary sources directly come from the manufacturing units from the different, like cosmetic industries, hand sanitizer, toothpaste, different. And secondary, it convert into the aberration, mechanical aberration of the and disintegration of the plastic liters. Okay, so when mechanical aberration due to the tire, because when this particle get lighter due to the vehicular movement, it goes up actually. So it's suspended in the air. So it's called atmospheric. And there are so many air blown is also responsible for this atmospheric.
Also from incineration.
Yes, yes.
Any questions?
Very interesting topic.
Thank you.
Microplastics, apart from like the size qualifies them as microplastics, but then the weight part, like because they are lighter than the other particulate matter suspended. So by the virtue of this property, how they might travel a longer distance depending on the weather conditions. So they might have a deeper impact, I think so.
Correct, ma'am. I'm getting your question. As I told you, the consensus of regarding the size still have to establish, because researchers have some dispute about the size. And as you told, this is a lighter weight, it go upon very different heights. I still need to explore. We have not actually inventory study also. So we need to say you are very much correct according to the properties of the microplastic, because these are the all are polymers, polyvinyl chloride, polyethylene, polystyrene. These all are the lighter particles. They maybe alter the stomatal conductivity of the plants. A lot of studies need to be done actually.
To add that, less than 1 micrometers, they called as nanoplastics. These are all air suspended, so it is carrying away long distances in the air.
Yes.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Dean Bandhu Parajuli from the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology in Kumalaltar in Nepal. The title of his talk is Plastic Waste Management, a Challenge Issue for Developing Countries. Please welcome.
Namaste and good afternoon to all. Myself, Dean Bandhu Parajuli from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology. My topic is plastic waste management, a challenging issue for developing countries. Nepal, Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, it is in South Asia, population 29.1 million. It is of 2020 AD. Area 147,181 square kilometer standard time, and its geography is from 59 meter to 4,848 meters. So man lives is from 49 meter to also they climbs to the highest peak also. So Nepal is a small country. It lies in China and India. Economic and environmental aspect of plastic waste management. Plastic waste has become a great, it is a global concern. Every country have their own method. It is whether we dispose it haphazardly makes environmental and health problem. Open burning of plastic produces toxic gas such as toxin and sulfur containing compounds. Waste management in Kathmandu is our concern. Metro City is done by the municipality and some NGOs and private companies. Mostly plastic waste is segregated at waste transfer center and carried to recycle station. Few waste is transported to landfill site with municipal waste for the final disposal. This is an example of management site. Management solution, where plastic waste causes clogging of the rivers, streams and drains. In the rainy season, plastic goes to rivers and it becomes clogged. In Nepal, plastic waste is simply collected by door collection method and also picked up from open piles near to the roadside. Few techniques such as plastic to fuel and plastic to tar can be used in the minimization of the plastic waste and also help in the control of the environment pollution. 3R concepts such as reduce, reuse, and recycle can be effective in plastic waste management. Substitution of polymer-based plastic by natural polymer or degradable biopolymeric material may be environmentally friendly. Objective of this presentation is highlight to the plastic waste management practices and environmental and public health related forum in the developing countries. This is a Central Bureau of Statistics Nepal 2020 report. We have found this month's average annual plastic collection in metric ton. Challenges of plastic waste management, policy gaps for the management of the plastics, difficulty in waste segregation, lack of awareness about the impact of the mismanagement of plastic in the community, weak law enforcement practices, negative social perception towards waste management activities, competition with recommended virgin plastics. Current plastic waste management practices use and discard polythene and other plastic material with municipal waste, transported to landfill site with municipal waste for final disposal, burned in open places. Sellable used plastic materials are sold to waste collectors. Only a few plastic wastes are collected and recycled for reuse. This picture shows the collection of the waste in door to door in the rural communities. This is the collection center, waste collected and separated here. This is also a collection center, separated the waste. This is an awareness campaign not to throw plastics everywhere. Some are practicing waste which is decomposed as a nursery, used in nursery other than plastic. Why is waste management challenging in developing countries? It is for developing countries, they need to have a technical constant, financial constant, social constant, less priority of the state, poor level infrastructure, and weak implementation of the law. People perception about the impact of the waste on environmental and public health is weak. Factors affecting on waste management, composition and amount of waste, accessibility for waste collection, level of public awareness, legislation and regulation, financial constraint, limited technological access. Different waste management methods, waste reduction, waste collection and segregation, recycle and reuse, and final disposal to the landfill site. This is we have installed a plastic to oil plant in Nast. Thank you. This is a city in Nepal, that is Pokhara. It is a really a nice place to visit. Welcome to all.
John?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Doesn't look like, so thank you again. So we move on to the next speaker. That's Ms. Tida Wang from Ministry of Science and Technology in Myanmar. Her title is the Production of Wood Plastics, Composite from Plastic Waste.
Good afternoon. I would like to talk about the topic of production of wood plastic composite from plastic waste. I am Ms. Tira Ang, Department of Research and Innovation from Myanmar. Outlines of presentation are Department of Research and Innovation, Introduction, Objective, Materials and Method, Research and Discussion, Conclusion, Reference and Acknowledgements. Under Department of Research and Innovation, there are 7 subdivisions: Chemical Technology Research Center, Renewable Energy and Electronic Research Center, National Analytical Laboratory, National Standardization and Quality Department, Science, Technology and Innovation Department, Information Communication and Technology Research Center, and Head Office. The reason why the Department of Research and Innovation are found in 1973, the Chemical Research Organization was established. In 1994, was refound to Myanmar Scientific and Technology Research Department, MSDRD. And in 2015, it was renamed Department of Research and Innovation, TRI. And it was technology transfer of research for innovation developments to technology demand, entrepreneurs distribution, providing technical advice and technology dissemination. And the major research clusters are renewable energy, electronics, nanotechnology, food technology, pharmaceutical technology, polymer technology, and applied chemistry platform. The introduction composite material made of wood fiber, wood flavor, and thermoplastic includes polyethylene, polypropylene, polyvinyl chloride, etc., containing other lignocellulose and or inorganic filler material. New products as compared to the long history of natural lumber or traditional wood composites such as particle board or fiber board do not corrode and are highly resistant to rot decay. Objectives are to recycle the plastic waste, usually to find out the methods to produce wood plastic composite from wood fibers and plastic waste. The useful products can be produced by recycling the plastic waste, and on the other hand, it can also reduce the environmental pollution caused by plastic waste. Materials and method. Materials: solder, recycled polyethylene, RPE, pure polyethylene, PPE, and maleic and hydrograph polypropylene, MAPP. Methods: with plastic were process, washing, drying, cutting, and grinding at refiner. Solders were dry at the ovens, and strip shaker was using. This added solders and plastic waste are mixed. Then wood plastic composite made by a hot press machine. Physical and mechanical testing. The equipment used are refiner to grind plastic into powder, oven, sorters, and weigh plastics to remove moisture, strip shaker to split the particle size of sorters and plastic. Balance to weigh the raw materials to be used. Mix together sorters and plastic. Hydraulic hot press machine apply heat and press to make composite box. This slide show is the machine used to measure property. Benny strand tester, impact tester, thickness tester, hardness tester, and densimeter. This slide show is the table of property of plastic sorters and MAPP raw material. This raw material density of recycled polyethylene 0.850 gram per cm2. Density of pure polyethylene is 0.913 gram per cm2. Melting points of recycled polyethylene is 120 degrees Celsius. Pure polyethylene is 115 degrees Celsius, and melting points of MAPP is 75 degrees Celsius. Moisture contents of thick solder is 5.640%. This size is the more used in making composite board. Size of more or less is 8 inches, width is 8 inches, and thickness is 549 inches. And recycle polyethylene, pure polyethylene, and solder were used to make wood plastic composite board. Size of recycled polyethylene and solders are 500 micrometer. The simple names are RPE1, RPE2, and RPE3. Sample ratio of the recycled plastic PE is to solder 1:1, 2:1, and 3:1. Present temperature is 160 degrees Celsius. Pressure 2240 psi, and present time 15 minutes. And we test at 140 degrees Celsius. Upon 140 degrees at 140 degrees Celsius, it was found that the plastic did not mean because the temperature is low. So it did not come out there composite board. At 180 degrees Celsius, it was found that the solder was banned because the heat is so high at 180 degrees Celsius. In 160 degrees Celsius, the composite board was obtained. We just the two types of recycled recycled polyethylene and pure polyethylene. This slide show is the pure polyethylene and solder. This process is making wood plastic composite board. Using sea shaker, solder was made to measure 500 micrometer. Using refiner machine, And the with plastic was made missile 500 micrometer. And they are dry in the oven at 60 degrees Celsius and 2 hours. And the it and then we and then mix into the misa after the it is into the mold in hot press machine, and we got the wood plastic composite. This side is the wood plastic composite with recycled plastic PE. This is a wood plastic composite with pure PE. This also is the table of the ratio of polyethylene plastic, pure recycled and sorted composite board will measure the property of physical and mechanical property. Measure physical property and mechanical property are bending strength, impact strength, hardness, density, oil absorption, water absorption, and thickness. The ratio of the polyethylene plastic powder and sorters are 1:1 or PPE1, PPE2, 2:1 or PPE2, RPE2, and 3:1 or PPE3 and RPE3. And American ratio 1:1, 2:1, and 3:1. One RPE3 is RPE3, which is 3:1. One is the best of the impulsive proportion, balanced and impact strength. It was found that the slightly different hardness, density and thickness. This absorption in oil absorption and water absorption. This also is the battle of the measure the physical and mechanical property of RPE is to sort. This also is the measure the physical and mechanical property of PPE is to the sorted plastic composite. This also is the recycled plastic and sorted 3:1. We're just using MEPP as grouping agent. And some names are RPE M1 and RPE M3. RPE M2. MEPP percent attached to 3% on total and 3% on sorted. And wood plastic composite with recycled plastic, PE plus MEPP. This also is the mechanical and physical property of wood plastic composite with recycled plastic, PE, sorted plus MEPP. The sample names are RPE M1, RPE M2. These two sample RPE2 is the best of balanced and impact strength. At least absorption in water absorption and oil absorption. And this show is the measure the physical and mechanical property of RPE plus MEPP wood plastic composite board. Our result and discussion, composite board made of recycled PE and pure PE were found to have the best ratio of plastic powders and thick sorted 3:1 in bending strength, impact strength, and density. It was found that there was a little difference in the hardness for all three ratios of both recycled PE and pure PE composite board. In terms of oil absorption and water absorption, the ratio 3:1 is the least. The use of MEPP grouping agent was just using 3% depending on the weight of the soldiers in the ratio 3:1 or with plastic and soldiers of the composite board with the best property. According to the test, it was found that the test composite board using 3% MEPP had better physical property and mechanical property. The use of MEPP activity agent has been found to be more resistant in burning stress in terms of oil absorption and water absorption. It was found that the use of MEPP were more resistant than the composition without MEPP. According to conclusion, there is pollution in the environment due to waste plastic. So if we can produce composite board using it, waste plastic not only can be reduced environmental pollution, but we can turn it into a high value product and it can be economically prohibited. By mixing waste plastic material with sawdust to produce composite material, it is able to withstand the effects of weather, sunlight, and factor, and has this water absorption had no composite material and available. Composite material also can be used as flooring and furniture. And this also is a reference. Acknowledgement. I would like to grateful to the laboratory and technical staff of the Polymer Research Department for support render and carry out the work. Deputy Director General Chemical Technology Research Center for giving technical advice. Also, I would like to express thanks to Director General Dr. Hewitt, Department of Research and Innovation for Laboratory Facility and Financial Support. Finally, deeply appreciate to the S&D Center. Thanks for your kind attention.
No, I think it was interesting to see, that you can make these boards kind of mixed materials. Okay, so we'd like to give you a certificate. Then is the last speaker of this session, and that is Dr. Pushpa Tupad from JS Science and Technology University, right here. So he will talk about plastic waste reuse as construction materials.
Point. Good afternoon, everyone. I know you're all very hungry and I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'll quickly wind this up. I'm Dr. Pushpa Tupad. I will be presenting on plastic waste reuse as construction materials. Plastic area is not my core area of expertise, but a group of my students, undergraduate final year students wanted to work on this topic. So I value their interest and efforts. None of them were available today, so I had to do this presentation. So credit goes to all my co-authors here. This today has been a very productive day so far. So we have heard a lot about plastics, microplastics, their impacts. Currently various forms of plastics are used around the world, and we know their beneficial because of their beneficial properties: lightweight, high impact resistance, resistance to water, corrosion, easy to transport. This has been a boon when it was invented earlier, but as we moved on, we are coming to know about all the ill effects of plastics on environment, on humans. These numbers we have heard since morning. The numbers might change depending on the source, but anyway, here the thing to note here is only 9% of the waste is recycled. 12% of it is incinerated, all of the plastic waste that is generated, and about 79 to 80%, 85% of the plastic waste is in landfills. If it's not contained well,
it will definitely enter into our environment, into soil, into water bodies, oceans, and so on. Roughly 6% of the world's oil consumption goes into making this wonder substance. Plastics in India was established in 1957. It's a multi-billion dollar. There are 20,000 key processing units, as you see in this diagram. Mostly the petroleum refineries are the big players in manufacturing plastic, virgin plastic. India is also a global supplier, exports totaling 1.5 million metric tons, third largest consumer of plastics. And I'll skip this. We know the impacts on the environment. The generation of plastics creates pollutants, and disposal is a problem, as we have seen. Huge. And it's alarming to know here, on an average, according to a study by WWF, on an average, a person could be ingesting approximately 5 grams of plastic every week. And the content of the plastic, the toxic chemicals, additives added there, many of these compounds are carcinogenic and also endocrine disrupting, leading to reproductive growth and cognitive impairments. We know there are two types of plastics, thermosets and thermoplastic. Thermoplastics are recyclable, whereas thermosets are not. Again, this slide shows the demand share of plastics. And top 7 contributing states: Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu 12%, Gujarat 11%, Karnataka stands fourth, 8% in generation of plastic waste. Sector-wise usage in India, 42% of the plastic is used in packaging industry. If you had purchased anything from Mama Earth online, they have a very innovative, they use paper as their packaging materials, very impressive. Paper cut into small, there are like holes in the paper made, and they mold it in such a way that they're using that as a packaging material. And they claim to be a very eco-friendly company, Mama Earth. So I just wanted to mention that. And coming to reuse recycling, heard about 3 R's. And as somebody mentioned earlier, refuse is the best one. And I would even say rebuke, the another R to say no to plastics. But here in my presentation, I'll be talking about reusing, recycling plastic waste in construction industry. In construction, there is mostly recovery of the plastic waste, in the sense plastic waste is used in the form of powder, fibers, granules, are shredded into pellets, melted, sliced, and used in combination with the other construction materials such as aggregates, could be fine aggregates, coarse aggregates, sand, river sand, sand. These kind of construction materials are instead of bitumen for road construction. So plastic waste in these various forms are used in various proportions along with the other construction material for various as a construction materials such as pavement blocks or blocks and bricks. This is a review. There are a lot of studies available to this up. As I mentioned, different types of plastics are used in different forms in various proportions along with the other construction raw materials, and finally made into bricks or blocks, and used for construction of walls and pavements. And once they manufacture these kind of plastic added bricks or blocks, they are basically tested for compression strength, tensile strength, water absorption capacity, hardness, to check whether, and leachate test to check how compatible or how feasible these materials would be. for construction, and most of the studies indicate that the compression strength is around 30 plus megapascals, which is okay to be used as a non-load bearing structure in pavements and so on. So again, if you see, as I said, there are various studies which used these plastics in different forms. I'll just skip that. That was about bricks, and plastic waste has also been used as tiles for floors and roofs. These are some classic examples in Kenya and Ethiopia and many other countries using recycled plastic and glass waste combined together, made into eco-friendly, cost-effective tiles. And the best part is after these tiles are 100% recyclable even after their end of life. And these are colorful tiles that you see in the bottom, again made of empty plastic water bottles. These make ideal insulated roof tiles. Coming to the plastics on roads, actually, Plastic Man of India, will be hearing more from him this afternoon, Dr. Rajagopalan sir. He has done some pioneering work in using recycled plastic for road construction. Since Government of India announced the usage of plastic waste in road construction in 2016, more than 11 states have implemented this. As you can see here, some examples. Plastic has been used for 270-kilometer stretch of Jammu Kashmir National Highway, Delhi Meerut Expressway. Plastic roads consist of 6 to 8% plastic, and the rest is bitumen. So 6 to 8% of bitumen is replaced by waste plastic. In fact, Chennai was the first city to implement plastic waste into their roads. Used 1,600 tons of plastic waste to construct more than 1,000 kilometers of road. Even Bangalore has constructed more than 2,000 kilometers. The outer ring road connecting RMC Eco Space is made of 3,000 kg of plastic waste. But then the downside of all these exercise, all these initiatives is the microplastics. Eventually, these plastics might, due to weathering, might become microplastics, and we have heard about the impacts of microplastics in air, in soil. And also, pure plastic roads require use of compatible plastics, because when melted, plastics of different types may face separate and cause structural weakness. So that is a structural disadvantage of using plastic. That's about it. This is a project that my students tried out. Used CND, construction and demolition waste, crushed them, added LDP, the milk sachets, cut them into pieces. They mixed construction and demolition waste and plastic and molded them, and made blocks that you see in the right down corner. And they also tested the compressive strength, which again, as I said, was suitable for non-load bearing type of usage. So all in all, this is about a brief summary of using plastic waste in the construction industry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It was interesting to hear how we use it in the roads and the construction industry here in India. Questions from the audience?
Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
What is the most serious challenge now so for the use of plastics in the road? See, all problems have not been solved, but what is the most serious challenge which both researchers as well as the practitioners they are facing?
I think when we were doing that project, the long-term impacts have to be studied, like the leaching properties. I mean, short-term, we are using this waste plastic, converting it to something else, that is fine. But then the long-term impact of it, as like when they stay longer in the environment, the weather action, what happens, the fate and transport of this disintegrated plastic waste is a challenge. And in this very small project, melting that melting the plastic pouches was challenging. Melt that, and then so we tried that and then directly added pieces into the molding machine, and it so some, I mean, these are technical glitches at the lab scale. Maybe in the commercial scale it can be sorted out better.
Ma'am, one more question that I have is, when we do this process, is there any harm caused during the process, like during the integration of plastic and construction material? Is there any possibility of environmental harm?
Yeah, this connects to your earlier question also. You were asking how the microplastics gets into the air when it is burnt or when it is processed to, like, the process to make into pellets or fibers. So in that process also there might be air contaminants and other toxic substances getting into the surrounding atmosphere. Or when you heat the plastic, even then many dioxins or toxins gets generated also. So processing part has to be taken care of properly.
It was a good presentation, ma'am. My concern is when you are mixing it with gravel and minerals of that sort, is there any chance that plastic, which doesn't degrade as easily as the gravel and all minerals do, so that the entire, when you are mixing, the withering process or the degradation will be affected at a later scale or at a later stages over a period of time?
Yeah, sure. That is what I said. There are more study needs to be done to understand the long-term effects of using plastic in combination with these other construction materials. If it doesn't degrade, that's good. But we know that with time it degrades and breaks down to smaller and smaller and smaller particles, and then when it becomes smaller and smaller, it will easily escape out of that material and gets into the soil or air. Hope I answered your question.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, so let's close the session with giving a certificate to the last speaker.
So it is my pleasure to conclude the session. We thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Kandaya Pagidran, for providing insights on the hazardous microplastics pollution in agriculture and how the terrestrial ecosystem is affected, especially the agriculture ecosystem, how it is affected, how it is affecting the plant growth and the soil quality. Thank you for your detailed presentation. We thank Professor Ibrahim from Egypt. Thank you for sharing your experience in your country point of view. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Manoj Kumar, for giving the insights about the global research on microplastics as well as the Indian scenario and the future possibilities on microplastic research. I thank Mr. Dean Bandhu from Nepal. Thank you for sharing the experiences on plastic management, the options of plastic waste management, and highlighting the points. And we thank Ms. Didong for the experimental study on wood plastic composite construction. Thank you for your experimental study and your results outcome. We thank Dr. Puspa Tupat for the plastic, how the plastic waste can be used in construction material. We had a very good deliberation in the morning sessions. It is my great pleasure and honor to thank our chairperson, Professor John Samseth, for chairing this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. We are running behind the schedule. So after the lunch, we are assembling back at 2:15 sharply by this auditorium, in this auditorium. Thank you. Thank you.
I also presentation in the IT section.
We have one keynote speaker, Professor Rajagopalan Vasudevan, Padma Shri awardee, Professor of Chemistry at Tyagaraja College of Engineering, Madurai. And before we go for tea break, so we have four more speakers deliberating lecture on different topics related to plastic. So this session is chaired by Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya. Just I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya. He is the Director General of the Center for Science and Technology of the Non-Aligned and Other Developing Countries, NAM S&T Center, an intergovernmental organization based in New Delhi. Before joining NAM S&T Center, Dr. Bandopadhyaya was Chief Scientist and Head Recruitment and Assessment Board, CSIR, New Delhi during 2016 to 2018, and Head International Science and Technology Affairs Directorate, CSIR, during 2013 to 2016. A chemical engineer by training, Dr. Bandopadhyaya has over 35 years of R&D experience in the areas of mineral, metallurgical, and materials processing. He has more than 125 research publications and presentations and 15 patents to his credit. He has also edited 7 books, conference proceedings. Dr. Bandopadhyaya is the recipient of Metallurgist of the Year Award from the Ministry of Steel and Mines, Government of India in the year 1998, and other awards for his scientific contributions. So with this brief, I request Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya to chair the session. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor for me to introduce Professor R. Vasudevan, the Plastic Man of India. Professor Vasudevan, who is a professor of chemistry at the Tyagaraja College of Engineering, Madurai, he and his team at the Center for Studies on Solid Waste Management at that university have been engaged in solving two pressing issues at the same time: the bad roads in India and the ever-increasing plastic waste that is being generated in our country. Not only our country, everywhere. He is also known as the Plastic Man of India, and he has been praised by our Honorable Prime Minister and also awarded the Padma Shri in the year 2018. Professor Vasudevan working mainly in the area of waste management, and he has developed an innovative method to reuse plastic waste to construct better, more durable, and very cost-effective roads. The roads also show greater resistance to damages caused by heavy rains, and plastic roads constructed since 2002 have not developed blisters or potholes so far. So with this, and he has made many other significant contributions. With these few words, may I request Professor Vasudevan to kindly deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Dr. Amir also. Yes, sir. Good. Show them this one.
பார்த்துடலாமா வந்துச்சா presentation. Hello, beautiful. Forward, backward. Beautiful. Hari Om. Very good afternoon. I am meeting you after a good lunch. I have my own hesitation. The first thing that comes after the lunch is a beautiful snap. My main problem now, how to make you to wake up first, and then only I can say something about my work also. That's always the first session of the afternoon. You always have the problem. But the topic which I am going to talk is really a very important, I won't say it's a topic, a very important observation which everybody must carry with you. When Professor Suri called me, I first was hesitant to accept the invitation because I stopped traveling for the past 3 years after COVID. I used to give online lecture only. But when Professor Suri told me that we are going to have international conference, I said I should not miss it because this information has to be taken to all places. There is a misinformation among the people which is to be erased. The mind change has to come. Therefore, I felt it is my duty to be here to talk about the great plastic. I say specifically the great plastic. Remember that. Plastic is God's gift, according to me. So, you have a beautiful title, Combating Plastic Pollution in Terrestrial Environment. Problem is only terrestrial environment. It is only from the terrestrial environment go to the ocean. In the terrestrial environment, who lives? It is we who are living. And other than that, animals, birds, etc. I don't think they create any problem. So the problem is created only by us. Let us first take this information. If there is a problem, if you visualize a problem, it is only a wrong understanding of the material itself. Therefore, I felt it is my bounden duty to share my ideas with you. And I would like to change the idea. In fact, whenever I give a lecture, I first ask you one question. How many of you favor ban plastic? Please raise your hand. How many of you favor ban plastic? Please be bold enough. Nothing wrong about it. Please. I feel silly. We feel sleepy. Very good. At least only 25% I could see. I don't know the rest. Just 70%. Do you mean to say that you don't want to ban plastic? I don't think so.
my topic is itself not to ban, but to plan. So therefore, the whole concept is going like that. It's a mindset. Above all, I would like to add some basic information before we go to the basic topic. Of course, I must thank our great Amit Bandovidya, who I had just 5 minutes discussion with him, a man of knowledge. And he has a lot of information, and I would like to join with him to do more research. Remember, I am 79. So I would like to do research, and he means that is the spirit he has added in me. Great, great person. And he's my guru who blessed me to stand before you, who blessed me that the research, the topic, so many things. And my college, in which I am still working as a professor. I'm 79, remember that. I retired in 2003. They still keep me in service. And my wonderful colleague, Dr. Sansegaran, please. Sandru, please. My Dr. Sansegaran, and he is with me for the past 20 years, I can even say. It is because of his work only I got Padma Shri. He did the work, I got the Padma Shri. So it's a great occasion for me. I got the Padma Shri. Above all, I had a great chance of meeting our late Abdul Kalam, President Abdul Kalam, who had discussion with me for 3 times and who gave the idea for so many work for me. And I had the chance of meeting our Prime Minister. I told him about my work. Before I say, the Prime Minister said, Vasudevan, I know your work. I am interested in it. I will promote this. October 2nd, he told me. November 10th, I got the communication from the Prime Minister. I have implemented it. Properly. One. And the mass media is responsible for me again to stand before you. And I have patents for the road, patents for very many. I will show some of the products. And I've been awarded D-Lit. I said, why you are giving D-Lit to me? They said, you are working for the country. I don't know. But still, they have given all recognition. But I feel all the recognition for good only when my work has been taken up in the right spirit. All these awards are only for me. My work is not for me, it is for all. So I told you, there is some basic aspect you must always try to, I hope you get sleep, but be awake. Remember that what we are, who we are, how we are. Try to understand. The whole world, absolute man, universe, a good coordination among them is most important. And here, there, on one side, absolute, another universe, the one side man. The one man, he is one among the 84 lakhs living being. Only one species in the 84 lakhs living being, only one person, that creates so much of coordination to live happily. Then only we can have Vasudeva Kudumbaham, where all those coordination between surroundings, environment, everything should be there by this man who is an ambassador of the God. Is he planning to that? Is he understand his role? That is very important. Hello? That is not moving? Please. It takes time. Oh, it's forward only. I have some problem, please. The previous one, I would like to go. I'm trying, but yes. Forward. And the backward. Yes. Thank you, sir. See, I have specifically put one particular slide to understand our role. Without the plant kingdom, we cannot live. The plant gives all, whatever you want, the need. It gives oxygen, it consumes carbon dioxide, maintains the temperature, it gives the right, whatever you want, it gives. But what in return we give? We give only pollution, global pollution. We give fertilizer, waste fertilizer, we give pesticides, so many things we give to that. And ultimately, they are put into problem, and animals are distinct. When I was coming from Madurai here, I could see tens and tens of elephants on the road. They are not in the forest, they are coming out. Why? We don't follow the basic cycle. The cycle is, see here, right way of doing results in the best atmosphere, better smart to provide best nature, man's need. This cycle, not your circular economy I'm talking about. I'm talking about the greatest cycle put forth by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Sagayagya pachasushta parovacha pachapatagi anena prasavishtam yeshavo ishtakamatam. Devan bhave de devo bhavayantaha parasparam bhavayantaha seha paramstaka. We must try to live in coordination with the nature. Do we? We are only creating problem to the nature. And we are trying to find out what to do, creating problem, and you have to find out a solution. The cycle is do your right action, better atmosphere, nature provides, man need, no problem. G20, the goal now is lifestyle for environment. The G20, they have fixed only lifestyle for environment. That is what we are talking about it. So very important. So think about it in that direction. But what is happening now? We are more worried about standard of life. We have cosmetics, drugs, fertilizers, explosive, paper, excess. All those things, have they contributed anything good to the society? Fair and Lovely now never made any lady beautiful. It's only increased in the market only, in the advertisement. But how much of waste materials comes out from the tube, from the content, from the container? Like that, any of those materials. Now people say, see, they have polluted the whole atmosphere. All the Panchabhutas have been polluted. Air is polluted, land is polluted, water is polluted, space is polluted. 2,000 birds are extinct. Is it not a responsibility to safeguard the nature? Please think. Sometimes I'm emotional because I feel this situation, please. It is our responsibility. We have to do. Definitely, it's very important. And see here, what has happened? Our urbanization has given gas, Indian gas, toothpaste, fuel, toothbrush, fuel, water, tire, e-waste, many things. Do you know Indian gas? What is the problem of Indian gas? If you burn 1 kilo gas, 3 kgs of carbon dioxide produced. The whole cooking in the whole nation is taken by only Indian gas. The maximum pollution is only by the Indian gas burning only, not even transportation. But what measures are taken so far? Simple aspect, I'll say, your simple cooker design itself is wrong. The efficiency of the cooker is only 50%. 50% only burns effectively, 50% wasted, so much of gas wasted. Nobody for the past 50 years has modified the cooker. Care about the nature. I'm coming to the plastic at the end. But still remember that. Toothpaste. How many of you know what toothpaste you are using, why you are choosing? Do you know why you are choosing the toothpaste? Do you know what paste you are using? Do you know what it contains? Do you know how it will pollute the atmosphere? You take the toothpaste and you can split it on the ground. It pollutes the water, pollutes the land. How many paste pollutes, you know, starting from Colgate? It increases the hardness of the water. We don't know. This is only marketing that's going on. Tire. When you say tire, 1% tire is lost, the tire is to be thrown off. 1% tire means how much of micro rubber has come to the atmosphere, how people are polluted, air is polluted. So everything is getting polluted, and the result, see there, warming, global warming. Up to 1950, there was not much of global warming. 1850 to 1950, I say, there was much, 100 years. But suddenly from the another 50 years, there was increase in the global warming. Why? See, industrial growth results in concrete jungles. I'm happy. Mysore is not like that. I'm very, very happy. If I go to Bangalore, I feel I was in Bangalore 1974, 75. I was in Bangalore about 15 years back, 15 days back. I could see one the concrete jungle. What a beautiful city has been made with concrete jungle. And water bodies dried because of the concrete jungle, exploration, exploitation, both migration of the people from the village and village deserted, urban center is polluted, solid waste, and we have all seminars what to do with terrestrial material. We going on talking about one day you talk about plastic, one day talk creating all those things. And today, G20, this is T20. They have now given importance to basic needs, food, how to safeguard food, how to safeguard our health, how to safeguard the environment, how to safeguard water, how to manage the waste. This is the most important. That's what they say, life is lifestyle of environment. So we create a problem and trying to talk more about that. Let us understand the basic things. And your problem. What you have done is, your workshop, they say, in your beautiful introduction you have given, SCP, catastrophe to the ecosystem. What a great word you have used, catastrophe. Environment is getting worsened. Ocean resists 2 million tons of plastic. Island of plastic is going to become animal ingested. Microplastic. I have asked them a question. Are they not man-made? Please think this particular point. Please think. Are they not man-made? COVID came. Everybody asked to have a mask. We have not failed in our attempt because we are more worried about our life. But you are not worried about the life of other elements. You are not bothered about all those things. The animal is ingested. Why? They don't like plastic. And plastic is not a poison. You put some food inside and then immediately it doesn't know how to separate it, it takes it. And you put one photo and put it, oh, animals, plastic is waste. No. SUP is not a catastrophe. It is. So when I was awarded the Tekakan award, I was in the stage and then they asked me. I said, plastic is poor man's friend. The whole audience stood up, including Prime Minister. How do you say that? You come to my village, see the hut, what they have. Plastic bucket, plastic cup, plastic mat, plastic chair. Even today he was sitting on a plastic chair only. So that is way of living. How can you say plastic is waste? Therefore, environment is not worsened. We are worsening it by ourselves. Please ignore that. I'm going to talk about that only. Oh, the whole thing, my talk only about that only. Therefore, plastic, understand the potential of the plastic. Plastic is not a waste. It has a great potential and environmental friendly, and it is going to be used for so many construction materials. One such thing is road. Please understand. Therefore, I say, awake, own your ownership. Please think about it. Please, I repeatedly say, please, what I can do, please think about it. Don't see in the Times of India, the Hindu, and then talk something. Put your mind there. Find out what's the problem. It is no, I say it is not green. Say come green. Because rain, go away, come again, another day, rain has stopped coming. Because that is the rhyme shown by the children, you know. So the children, in their innocent mind, they say, rain, go away, and we don't get rain. Please say, come again, come. And waste is man-made. God never produces any waste. Understand the potential, very important. Plastic has got a wonderful potential. Therefore, I say research is I was talking about also about this research. Research to come to the common man. India has got 78% villages. All your thinking should go to the welfare of those people. How can help them? So research will be appropriate technology, socially relevant, economically feasible. And when I entered this hall, I could see a wonderful board on Swachh Bharat. There is there. It should not be on the board. It should be on the mind. It should be a practice. Cleanliness is very important. So nothing problem. So beautifully, the government is always giving interaction with the institute and industry and people and society. That's why we can definitely do wonderful work. See, I'm slowly entering into the topic itself. Up to Second World War, there was not a problem. Once the World War is over, suddenly you say industrial revolution. So many industries came. We're all very happy. So much of industry is coming, so much of employment, etc., etc., etc. What has happened by that? Technology development, industrial center, you have urban center. See there. That has resulted in demand of wood, deforestation, demand of metal, ceramics, adhesive, manpower. All those things demanded. Therefore, the result, this is what is deforestation, loss of cultivation, villages moved to city, loss of cultivation, cultivable centers, and pollution of water, pollution of land, all those things because of the industrial, so-called industrial revolution. And any of the industry, has they given anything better? Standard of life? They would have given standard of living. Standard of life. Has it anything anyway changed? I don't know. Do you hear? I don't know. Hello? 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 Is it audible? Good. So, Bhagavad Gita says, Eda eda ki dharmasya klanidbhavati bharata, abhyuktanam adharmasya tatatmanam sujamyaham, paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya dushkatam, dharma samsthapanata sambhavami yukegi. I said, just look at the faces. Is there any viewers which is become familiar about this sloka? I could see. I don't see at all. Because that is the greatest sloka. I say, God says, I am here to safeguard the world. I'm here to safeguard the universe. When you try to get all types of income to people, I am coming there. He has come in the form of plastic. God has introduced plastic. Why? See the plastic. Plastic is a substitute of wood. Plastic is a substitute for paper. Plastic is a substitute for fiber, metal, glass, adhesive, whatever you say. Plastic has come. So all those natural material exploitation can be very much reduced by the very entry of the plastic. That's what plastic has taken the whole world now. Even your tag, I hope it's a plastic. See? You have cup, carry bag, parcel cover, milk cover, film, foam, chocolate cover, all those things are there. All those things with the plastic. They are made of a polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene only. Without it, how can you? Do you have chocolate? Do you want to have all those things at your home? This is there. How can you ban this? It's not banned. See, all the films packing, industry films packing, all films are there. What will happen? So suddenly I'm one of the members of the SVP also. Still, I was raising my finger there also. But that is something else which decides the whole issue. But see here, all those packing materials, who is contributing, man? I would like to see that the population, major contribution is only the urban has got 60% population contribution by for the base only urban, not the illiterate villages. They don't do it. Therefore, we the people who have got knowledge, we the people we say about all those things, we only create all the problem. But there is a solution. I'm going to talk about solution. See here. Can we say no to plastic? Most useful material, environmentally friendly, substitution for natural materials of wood and glass on one side. Other side, poor man's friend, better packing. Better packing is now moisture-free packing is possible. domestic appliance and industrial parts, lightweight, or electrical vehicle, now it comes in plastic only. And saves energy. Manufacturing a plastic by energy requirement is much less. Energy less, life is more. Plastic life is more. Fuel, food, water, carbon footprint. If you use plastic, you are saving carbon footprint also. So therefore, it become a culture of the people to use plastic in daily life. How can you say? I get plastic daily in my house in the form of flower, in the form of fruit, in the form of so many things. Today I was in the temple and I brought so much of plastic with me. Plastic is useful, man. Useful. Don't think it is not waste. We have not used it properly. Now let me come to that. So poor man, so what is the problem? See, anybody comes to my room, the college, I give them 2 chocolates. They will ask, is it your birthday? No, no, I want to give something because you are coming to my room. I just observe what he does. He takes the chocolate, paper. I have kept a dustbin on my table, small dustbin, so that he can put it. He will crush it, then put it on my table itself, never uses the dustbin. That is not the one. Everybody, whether it's a student or the teacher or anybody who comes to my room, the garbage culture is a problem. If you put properly the plastic in the proper place, enormous use is there. No understanding the potential plastic. And you all cry that plastic is not biodegradable, therefore it's a problem. What is it? Stone is not biodegradable. Do you have the problem? Stone is not biodegradable. Use it for construction. Gold is not biodegradable. Use it as an ornament. Each one has a purpose. Plastic is not biodegradable. God has not given the expiry date for plastic has been fixed by God. It may have 600 years, 700 days, but it has a beautiful binding property. On molten, when you melt the and that property we can use and we can change the whole world atmosphere now. See here. So we are using it for using waste plastic for road, recycling and reduce. I will come to that point subsequently. So why plastic is banned? See here. Pollution of waste plastic dumped into the sea. Who? Then poor garbage culture not being implemented by the government, rules and regulations not implemented, less awareness, end of life more. Rack pickers who are helping us not cared properly. And it has been put on the waste, that is putting in the waste box in the house, disposing indiscriminately, collecting the municipal solid waste, creating all the problem. And see, what is the marine material? What are the waste available in the marine? Cigarette butts. Do you mean to say fish is smoking? Oh, you have cigarette butts there. See here, chocolate cover, bottle, carry bag. All those things we have thrown. Terrestrial materials. All we simply throw in any corner. And when there is a rain or it moves and then along with the water it goes to the sea and then get polluted. This is only terrestrial material that has gone there. So manufacturer produces it, market it, forget it. We consume it, use it, forget it. Industry, government makes the law, forget it, implement it. So the problem is, India will have a dump yard out some time. So there is no problem. According to me, there is no problem with plastic. Plastic is a resource for me. I don't call plastic as waste plastic. It is a resource plastic. So plastic, I can classify the plastic and already dumped in situ. And the one that is present in the sea. And here, all the plastic again classified. You can have film plastic, solid plastic. Film plastic separate, solid plastic again 2 varieties. One is recyclable, the other one is reusable. And the multi-films and films can be very well used for road laying, for so many products I'm going to show now. So these are the products we have developed. Using plastic, we have allowed a plastic tar road. That road was laid in 2002. Till today, there is no pothole, no crack. 15 years, no maintenance. The road is working wonderfully well. Alternate day, I got some information from Bangalore. The potholes are there. The vehicles are just going there. Fatal News are coming now. There is a road, plastic road, no pothole. And we have developed toilets using this plastic. I will show the material now. This can be constructed in 2 hours. Cost only 12,000 rupees. Concrete goes about 27,000 rupees. And favor block using waste plastic, everything waste plastic. And boulders to prevent the sea erosion. All throughout the sea, sure you can have the boulders. Means what the quantity of boulders is required? Unlimited. So what is the requirement of plastic? Unlimited. See, therefore, specialties of plastic road, use waste plastic, better road, saving bitumen. I say, see, I'll just outline the whole process before I go to slides. What I do is, I have developed plastic tar road and I have developed plastone. First one, plastic tar road. I explain, please, because this will be easy for you to remember that. Road is, you take the stone, heat it to 170 degree, add bitumen 160 degree, mix these two, you raise the road. This is a conventional road. If you do systematically as per the IRC coding, 3 years guarantee. No contractor does it. I hope you know at least this point very well. But what I do is, same stone, heat it 170 degree, add plastic, shredded plastic. This is municipal solid plastic. This is all your films, etc., etc. All those things cut into small pieces. See, these are very, very small pieces. They cut into. This is thrown over the stone. The stone gets coated with the plastic. Now add bitumen. The plastic has a beautiful binder between the stone and the bitumen. And the strength of the road increases more than 2.5 times. Water never penetrates, no pothole. And I reduce the consumption bitumen by 10%. For a single lane road, we need 10 tons of bitumen. I use only 9 ton bitumen and 1 ton of plastic. So 1 ton bitumen reduced, 60,000 rupees cost-wise reduced. And 1 ton of plastic I use, that is 10 lakhs carry bag. In only 1 kilometer, I use 10 lakh carry bag to give a road which lies for 15 years. India has got 60 lakhs kilometers of road. If the 60 lakhs kilometer roads are converted to plastic road, I need not less than 300 to 400 lakhs tons of waste plastic. Hello, terrestrial plastic, that's all right now. I'm talking about terrestrial plastic. I want 300 to 400 lakhs tons of plastic. You know what India has got? Not even 25 lakhs. I need 400 lakhs. 25 lakhs only. Even this 25 lakhs you are talking about ban. Whereas when you use it effectively, no problem at all. That is only for the road. We'll come to that. I just an outline I give one. So see here, plastic softens at 170 degree, no problem of gases, no toxic, environment friendly technique, because time is more important for me. I'm just rushing it. And aggregate waste heated to 140 degree, you get a block like this. This block is called plastone. This is 10 times stronger than our concrete. An elephant can run over this, nothing will happen. It can withstand 300 tons load. The binder it contains only stone waste, plastic waste, nothing else. And using this, that is what we have done. Using this, we have done tails like this. This is a tail made up of plastic, waste plastic, and stone only. This can be used. This is similar to granite, cheaper than granite, 1/4 cost of a granite, but stronger than granite. It's a poor man's granite. I say Indian granite. So wonderful plastic, and I use this for constructing the toilet. 1/2 ton of plastic is used for one toilet. India is planning to construct 2 crores toilet. 1 crore ton of plastic is required. Where is it, please? Please give me. Therefore, there is no problem. This terrestrial plastic is not a problem. Collect it, give it to me. Who is going to do that? Follow that. So, incidentally, coating of the plastic improves the stone, and I don't want to clean it I ask you to dry it, cut it, give it, finish. Collect it, dry it, put it on a hot sun, cut it, give it, lay it. You forget it for 15 years. So that is the road. This is the one which got me patent. This is the one which got me Padma Shri. This is the one which got me all the titles. One very simple work. A college teacher getting a Padma Shri is something rare in India. I got it because I work a very simple work, socially relevant work. Nothing more than that. So take the aggregate, hit 170 degree, add the plastic, coated, bitumen, you get it. Just 30-second extra hour, you do the whole work. That 30 seconds gives 15 years guarantee for the road. Very important. Process, very simple. We're cutting it, heating it, adding plastic, adding bitumen, coating it, laying the road. This road was laid in 2003 at the Nagarkoil. Till today, you can go and visit. I'll give the address. The road is still okay, beautiful. You can lay the road, any one of the method. Because when you say something, the people come. Can you lay this road? No, therefore I cannot lay. They always, the contractor looking for a condition where they cannot lay. So I said, you can use either mini hot plant or central, any instrument, call me. I will show you how to use it, no problem. It can be very simple technique. And in this, I told you, the load withstanding property is supposed to be 1,000 kg, whereas plastic contains 2,500 kg. One contractor asked me, sir, we as per IRC coding, only 1,000 is required. 1,000 is required. Hello. But why has got 2,500? Reduce bitumen, sir, we will get more income. That is the attitude of the contractor. Remember that, please. So, the bitumen, this is a scientific way of explaining it. How this bitumen, how the plastic improves the strength and given technology itself, how it happens, everything is given here. And we have proved for the pollution control board on the IRC coding also, we have proved this plastic road is wonderful, no problem. And then only they have the patent also. And therefore, the whole summary is here. Plastic road, how to lay, and it can be laid in cold region, hilly region, far region, any place you call me, I will lay the road with some modification. We have laid road in Assam, in Meghalaya, Bhutan, we are laying road in Malaysia, everywhere we are laying the road. We don't, it's very simple technique, slight modification can do, so no particle, no toxic. And now, what according to me, you take the stone, add plastic, coat it, and then bitumen. Now people say, so plastic is not available. You are working on terrestrial plastic, how to dispose. But the contractors say plastic is not available. So how to avoid this? Because they want to lay the road every year, then only they get the money. 15 years they are not tolerating it. So what I have now is you can coat raw material to supply, give the stone, coat with the plastic and supply to the market. No problem. You can get it. So this is what I'm telling about that. That is my road. We laid at 2004. You please come to Madurai. You can see the road even today. That is the highways road. After 6 months, it is a condition. So therefore, this is effective road. I can use this is Jamshedpur. We have laid the road in more than 2 lakh kilometers road in India in 11 states, and all the border roads are being laid in plastic road now. And we have scraps also. We are using already laid road. Scraps can be removed. 50% scraps, 50% coated. Mix these two, you get a same level road, no level increase, and cost wise 50% less. Wonderful. So that's why I told you India has got 62 lakhs, no problem. And Prime Minister is forwarding it. Our finance minister has given 80,000 crores for laying rural road. We are laying rural road. Prime Minister Yojana, they are laying this road also. And this is another product. This is what I was calling Plastore. This is what is called the Plastore. Here I use no sand, no water, no bitumen, no cement, no adhesive. I read it again. No sand, no water, no bitumen, no cement, no adhesive. All these things costly. All the things are smuggled. There is the plastic waste is not smuggled. The waste material is not smuggled. But that is the one which gives all the product. We got the stone, which has got a wonderful structure. It can be used for toilet. It can be used for pathway block, sewer block, water canal lining, You name the material, I will give you varieties. Compound walls, lawn, bricks. In fact, when I was traveling now, the bridges have been laid. On both sides, you got a concrete slabs. I want to have plastic stone slabs there. If that comes, you don't have plastic. The whole world, you can get all the plastic and lay that. No problem. We also develop other material, not only this, we have developed using plastic roofing material, which will stand for 2 years. We have used this our flex, we have used flex, keep it in the sunlight, it become a beautiful semiconductor. And using plastic, I have developed a corrosion-free rod also. So plastic has got innumerable uses. Modified bitumen is there, and we have developed petrol also from this. And 1 liter waste, 1 kilo waste will use 1 liter of petrol. No problem. This my colleague is doing. Therefore, my question is, please follow this. Plastic speaks. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Is it not plastic your friend? And I come when you are in need. I am being used by all. I am poor man's friend, common man's friend. Have I created any problem to you? Plastic, I take water from plastic bottle, I have died, no? I taken something else from plastic. Poor fellows, they take water and then plastic carry bags, they take their idli and dosa. Nobody killed. Just because plastic there, nobody killed. Not poisonous. So why do you blame me? I am ready to serve even to you, even now, please. So circular economy is only how we deal it. Our manufacturers, how we give it, and consumers, and how we supply, and then your garbage culture, collect the industry, how they help us to collect the plastic and reuse it. Therefore, it is only among us only. There is nothing else. The circular economy is here. When we put our work right process, no problem. And COVID, I look at differently. COVID is God's warning. Because remember, during COVID, what happened? All the factories are closed. All the transportation stopped. All of us put into house arrest. Work at home, we'll say differently. But we are all put under house arrest. Because these three people caused all the pollution. The industry created the pollution, the transportation created pollution, and the man behind it is done. Therefore, all the people, 3 years, they have been put under arrest. In the environment improved, less pollution, they were free. And during that time also, which is more useful, plastic gown, plastic mask, again you go to plastic only. But only thing, if you put it somewhere, terrestrial plastic. How? This is only our problem. We have not done our work properly. So there are many ways of rethink, good garbage culture, proper collection, segregation of waste, reuse, very important. Of course, there are many research changes that to be done. I don't know that plastic can be modified. As a researcher, we are doing a lot of work in this direction also, how to modify. Even with chocolate, why should be a multi-layer? The chocolate, if you open it, the inner core will be aluminum, outer core will be polyester, center will be polyethylene. Why should this be put in the single layer? Have 3 different packets, aluminum packet, and over that your polythene packet, and then put it with polyester, because polyester only you can put the seal. Now after opening it, put these separately, 3 different bins, you can reuse it. Therefore, no problem. But all the multi-layers can be effectively used in road. No problem. So plastic as a binder has given me Plastic Man of India icon, plastic icon, and all those things, properties. We have got developed roads of all varieties we have laid now. I have laid roads throughout India. Other countries also. America wanted this technology. They offered me $300 million. I said, I'm not giving to you. I'm giving to my country freely. That's how we do. So that is how the whole technology is going on. So Plastone product is there. Why stops in the middle? So that baby will pick it and put it in the dustbin. That's all. That is all we need to do to hold our problem. Plastic is useful before, plastic is available. It's only garbage culture. That's the problem. And presently we talk about 50 micron, 70 micron, 120 micron. All those things are nonsense according to me, because 20 micron is sufficient to carry the material. And 20 micron can very well use for various end uses. And if you use 120 micron, 6 times of plastic is used, consumption. On one side, reduce, reuse, you put it, and then you are trying to increase the consumption also. Not necessary. So the only thing is proper garbage culture and put it in proper use. We can very well solve the problem. And you see, you are talking about microplastic. Have you ever thought about micro rubber? Which is more interesting problem. And micro cigarette dust. Now people, the discipline has gone so bad. Even as airways, they smoke. Yesterday I saw information. So people have become so bad. Pest residuals. Decomposition of pest residuals, very important problem. Fertilizer residuals. There were so many problems that we attend to. Terrestrial problems, all those things. Remember that. And you are talking about alternate plastic. Today, till today, there is no alternate plastic. Because plastic, the main aspect is lesser sulfate, hydrophobic. Hydrophobic, water will not be penetrated. Can you use cement, sugar, fertilizer, medicine in a paper bag or a jute bag? Nothing. Only plastic bag. Alternative has not yet been developed. When it develops, no problem. Until then, alternative is not in use. So, plastic is useful in transportation. Plastic is useful in electricity, food packing, lifestyle improved, medicine lifestyle improved, agriculture, where water conservation taking place. Plastic finds use in all respects. Therefore, it is the most useful material, and therefore, the life, I can say, plastics solve all 7 problems effectively. And the only thing is what measures you have to take: proper garbage culture, segregation at source, awareness to be created as a household people. Awareness should be there. We have to collect it properly, segregate and give it to proper person. So infrastructure is important, and ratification should be properly organized. You can give Aadhaar card to them and salary so that they can help us, because they are the real person who are helping us about disposal of waste material. And encouragement for recyclers, subsidy can be given, and implementation EPR, and government should implement the rules and regulations. All those things done properly, no problem. And remember, there is no place for dump yard. Mysore itself, we can think about it. We can't put it. There's no going on dumping, not possible. And therefore, we have to find out methods. And head of environment says plastic is miracle. And our Prime Minister says mitigate some method by which you do. So nobody says ban plastic. So think about it. Domestic people should get awareness. Industry should work hard, because it's because of that they live. And government should implement. And so these are the various level working, and have been requested by so many people around. I'm not. This is very important. This is my logo. What is the specialty of this? The flute and the peacock feather is in the hands of somebody. Who is the hand? Lord Krishna. The straw, useless material. The straw, which was otherwise considered a flute, straw was taken and put 9 holes, and Krishna flute gave music beautifully well. The material is waste, but when it reaches the hands of right person, it becomes a wonderful material. Peacock flower, no use at all. When it reaches the crown of Krishna, it gives all the worth. Therefore, the every waste has got its value. Understand? So, God's blessing plastic, man's creation waste plastic. Due to carelessness and cardlessness, man exploitation is of nature is very important. So God creates, creation cannot be wasted. Don't try to escape the problem. Solutions are money. Conquer your mind. Be a friend to you, to the nature, and to the world. I call it innovation. I never call it innovation. I call innovation. Indian way of doing is very important. So see here, this is the irony of it. The man writing plastic ban. He wears a plastic polyester dress. His brush is polyester. The paint is polymer. The board is polymer. And the chair sitting is polymer. Everything is plastic. And this fellow is writing plastic ban. What nonsense it is. See, therefore, here is a chance for you. This is the most important one. I give all this information to the people concerned of farming from various places. Change. God give a chance. Here is a chance for you to change your mind. Now, industrial plastic is not a problem. Organize, level, make a movement. Let us try to use it for the betterment of a country, betterment of structural material. Turkey in effect was there. Our earthquake has killed about 50,000 people. But people came and saw my material, plastone. They said, this is not affected by earthquake. So it's a good in that respect also. So no problem. Please think about it. One rickshawala in my place, he wrote, plastic road la podada, plastic road podu. The whole thing is divided in 2 lines. Don't put plastic on road, use plastic for road. Whole discussion about my thing is completed in 2 lines. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity. Brahma created plastic. Shiva had to show the decomposition. Vishnu has helped me to live, to use plastic. That's why today morning had been to have a wonderful darshan with the kind help of our Suri. Really wonderful darshan I had the morning. Wonderful place. Vishnu helped me. And that is my college. That is our Tyagaraja Chettiar, in which he started the college, Charanjini College, 67 years ago. One man. When I just stopped in a toll gate, he got down and he thought, why not he started engineering college? He started engineering college in Madurai. Now, more than 25,000 qualified throughout the world, they are there. And this is one college where no capitation fee, only merit, and poor people have been given. One man's good thought can make the whole world different. There are so many people there. Please think about right way about the plastic. Change the whole. Life is beautiful. Make it useful. Life is a chain of action reaction. Life is as you see, as you perceive. Life service to sacrifice. Life is a power process of evolution. That's also ultimate summary. Why we live in this world? Evolution. That is only by action. Please. Thank you very much for giving a great opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Vasudevan. Wonderful lecture. We have to really rethink about the way we handle things. Now, sir,
if anybody interested in saying the samples, I have brought everything. You can come and see.
Would you like to take a few questions, sir?
Yeah, I am always ready.
Yeah. Questions, please.
Any questions from the audience?
Please.
After listening your lecture, I think I come here actually. So what is the problem of plastic actually? According to your lecture, that the lecture is very provoking and in a nice manner. So, but what is the actual practical problem? Why we are facing the plastic issue right now?
We have problem. If you collect and use it, no problem.
So
I told you.
Why government is not taking your ideas?
Who is government?
Government.
So, some of your relatives, some of my relatives. Unless they understand the problem, they will not do. Government is not something different. Most of them. Now I'll put it more correctly. My government is more of ministers. All the ministers are contractors. Our contractors are not ready because the life of the road is 15 years.
Manoj, it is actually the problem of our own self-discipline.
I'm very frank in my statement. That is true because the minister himself told me, I'm not interested in road because your road is 15 years. I want road for 1 year every year. That only I can earn. My duration is 5 years only. I must earn as much as possible. The minister in Tamil Nadu came and told me. So I'm giving the information.
Any other questions? Professor Vasudevan, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Mind-blowing talk. The point, whatever you mentioned, is excellent. We are combating plastic pollution in terrestrial environment. The first word itself, you are enriched everyone. The mistake is from the man's side, not from the human beings. What we are doing, silly mistakes every time. And you showed a couple of samples, really, because we are always thinking about finding a fault with others. But the fault is in our side.
We have been implemented.
Yeah, you put one more slide saying that change can be chances can be converted in a different aspects. This is not the question which is I want to raise here, because everybody is talking about in a different prospect. Our perception is about just finding the fault, how we can overcome this. But the point was enriched is simple thing. We start throwing out in a proper way. Definitely someone will come and pick it up and give it to the industry sectors that can be reused in a better way. Rather than pointing out, okay, we are, of course, we discard so many plastic bottles outside after finishing our lunch or even cups and all those things. We won't put usually on the dustbins, even the tissue paper also. Again, the sweepers need to come back and do it all these things. Really mind-blowing, sir. Thank you very much. It's really enriched for us. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So if there are no questions, I request the session chair, Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya, to hand over the memento and certificate as a token of gratitude on behalf of the organizing team.
Just a minute. We are promoting the concept of lifestyle for our environment. I would like to have Surya on the stage, please. Please hold this. Just a promotion, how to promote it. Such great places. Please, Varla.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The title is so catchy, not to ban, but plan. So definitely
Surya,
you have given new dimensions to end the plastic menace. Of course, plastic is part and parcel of our life. It is very difficult to imagine the day without plastic. But of course, definitely sustainable utilization, sustainable management. So definitely helps us to overcome these issues. I thank Professor Rajagopalan Vasudevan for accepting our invitation. And also I must thank Dr. Surya Narayan for bringing him from all the way Madurai to Chennai. And also I thank Dr. Chandrasekharan, sir's colleague. He has also accompanied from Madurai to Chennai. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vasudevan, for the wonderful lecture. We are coming to the next talk. It is by Mr. Vedanand Vurosa. He is the Director at the Ministry of Education, Tertiary Education, Science and Technology in Phoenix in the Republic of Mauritius. And he will be talking about the country status in Mauritius about plastic pollution. Mr. Vurosa, please.
From this point of time, we have a parallel session. So one session is going to be conducted here. The other session is going to be boardroom, second floor. Boardroom, second floor. So we have parallel session. And the speakers of the boardroom, second floor, speaker 10, Ms. Aishwarya VP, Central University of Kerala, Kerala, India. Speaker 11, Kavya P. Malimath, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research. Speaker 12, Ms. Anushri, Manipal Institute of Technology, India. Speaker 13, Manu Martin Paul, Manipal Institute of Technology. Speaker 14, Dr. Divya Krishnamurthy, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation. Speaker 15, Mr. Prithvi GR, JSS AHR. And here we have speaker 6, Mr. Vedant Barosha, Ministry of Education, Tertiary Education, Science and Technology, MITD House, Republic of Mauritius. The title is Country's Status on Plastic Pollution. I would request Speaker 7, Dr. Vadiraj Ketty, Speaker 8, Mr. Clavel, Speaker 9, Sarvamangala, kindly submit your presentations PPT here. a small change due to some technical issues. Now I would request Dr. Vadiraj to start his presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Vadiraj, and I'm the assistant professor at Department of Environmental Science here in JSS Ahir, Mysuru. So what I'm presenting here is a work which we tried to, or which we attempted to get a fuel from the plastic waste. So here we know that plastic is not plastic is an unavoidable substance. So we can't avoid plastic usage. In one or the other way, we have to use it. So in that case, instead of thinking that it as a waste, why can't we use it as a resource for the further process, for the vehicular advantage? So right now we are in a position that we are facing the problem of fuel, and simultaneously we are facing the problem of plastic pollution. Why can't we use it as an advantage for our betterment? So that is what was our main objective. So that is why we thought of what value addition of plastic waste. So we try to add the value for the plastic waste where we considered it as a waste. Now we added it a bit of a value into a plastic oil for future energy security using pyrolysis as a technique. So yeah, I try to give somewhat statistics and all, but from the morning we have been discussing about the statistics of how much plastic is being generated, how much plastic is being utilized, and all those things. So what we needed is looking it into a advantageous perspective. So we are not talking it as a plastic waste which is being dumped, but what we are doing is this much plastic waste is being dumped, so we can utilize it as a resource. So the main advantage is what we are from the morning we are speaking. It is non-biodegradable plastic, and it has a major plastic environmental contributor. So major environmental pollution. So we are taking it as an advantage. So how we are converting it into a fuel? There is a process called pyrolysis. The pyrolysis means what? Thermal conversion, thermochemical conversion of what? Plastic under high temperature in the absence of oxygen. So what we are doing is we are trying to distill the plastic in the absence of oxygen. So it is a greener technology because of the byproducts which are produced have significant, which are having a significant calorific value. Even if we burn plastic in the presence of air, it can produce a good quantity of heat. But if we distill it, we can generate a good quantity of oil which has a significant calorific value. So that was our point of this research. So this was a schematic representation of how we did. So the reactor, instead of this one, yeah, this is our reactor which we generated in our department. So we developed this reactor using a simple pressure cooker, and we customized few things. One is in the top, we instead of a pressure cooker point, instead of wall, we instead of pressure wall, we added a outlet, and we had this the other one is the thermal probe, so to measure the temperature, And then if we could see the condenser and the collection of oil. So this was the mechanism which we constructed here. Yeah. Now coming to the usage means we have to identify whether our material, whether our design is working or not. What we did was we chosen the plastic that is LDPE and HDPE, what high density and low density polyethylenes, which were commercially available, and weighed it in different ratios, and then what it was sealed. It was sealed so that no oxygen can enter inside. And then what it was kept for, it was to remove the oxygen, we used what vacuum pump, and thanks to the valves which we had, so that is why we could create this reactor. And one more thing was we had to see whether we can generate fuel from municipal waste. So we even took the municipal waste for our research. Yes, this is the reactor which we have. So you can see the fuel which is accumulating in the condenser. And the fuel collection, the liquid which you can see here, which was collected using the HDP, high density polyethylene. So this is what we could extract energy from. Yeah, we could extract the fuel from the plastic distillation or pyrolysis. Next slide. More. Yes, now coming to the result and discussion, how exactly we could identify whether the material is, whether the obtained liquid is the fuel or not. So that is why we went through what various properties. One is the understanding the calorific value, and second one is the specific gravity and the viscosity. So this was for the mixed plastic pellets. So that is what the various ratios of HDPE, LDPE, PP, that is what polypropylene mixtures. And what we could generate was around what 10,027 calories per gram of energy was extracted from the plastic waste. Now coming to the municipal waste, which we try to understand how exactly what is the calorific value of municipal solid waste oil. So then what we could identify was it was almost, means not exactly to the plastic which we commercially available plastics, but almost nearer to the plastic of almost nearer to the nearer to the plastic which is commercially obtained. That is what 9,397. And then what the specific gravity and all those things were calculated. So for comparative purposes. So when we characterized this one, we had we used various ratios. That is what LDPE, HDPE mixture and PP mixture, and apart from that, in the various mixtures. Why? Because when we are talking about municipal solid waste, it's not one plastic which we get in the municipal solid waste. We get a various ratios. We can't differentiate what plastic which we are obtaining. We did not went through the PVC and all those things where we were expecting halogens, but we identified those plastics which are much commonly available. So these are all the various results. And in the bottle E, we could extract the HDPE. The availability of HDPE was availability of oil for the HDPE was high. So the amount, if you can see at the end here, so there we could see a small quantity of wax production where that's where we came across a trouble of oxygen contamination. So which we are trying to avoid now in the coming days. Now coming to the properties, how exactly it is working on comparison with the various other fuels. If you can see, we did compare it with the diesel, high fuel oils and low fuel oils, kerosene and all. So the pyrolyzed oil is coming on a par with the diesel as well as kerosene. Even it is better than even it is better than biofuel what we generate what commercially available was. So that's one thing. And coming to the specific gravity, it is on par equivalent to the gasoline. So why? Because when we are talking about specific gravity, the fuel which is supposed to be what free flowing for the engine. So that is why we have to understand how exactly it is. So it is what on par equivalent to gasoline, and it is less than the diesel we have generated, can provide a better can act as a better fuel for engines, and it can save air, it can increase the life of the engine if we are using that one. And and the density, if we look at the density of the oil is so less, so which indicates that the oil is much more much more free flowing, first thing. And secondly, does not cause a friction in the system, so it does not produce any residues. And it indicates that only hydrogen and carbon are present. It does not have any contamination with various other compounds. So only hydrogen and carbon are being present. So apart from these, what we did was we characterized with GCMS, gas chromatography and mass spectroscopy for identifying what are all the chemical constituents are present. When we looked at GCMS analysis, we could identify methane, ethane, heptanol, octanol. So basic hydrocarbons were present here. So aliphatic hydrocarbons, most of them were aliphatic hydrocarbons were there. But when we are talking about the GCMS of municipal waste plastic oil, we could find a good number. So this is where means we have to identify what might be the reason. We are right now in a position to identify what might be the reason, and if there is any if the oxygen is the one which is creating these things, how exactly we have to avoid that one is what we are working out right now. So coming to the conclusion, yes, we have we tried to the main objective we tried to achieve was to create a fuel using plastic waste. So which we have achieved, and this indicates whether even pyrolyzed oil can be used furthermore. First, the thing is we have to make the people aware that yes, pyrolyzed oil is also better one, and then we have to go further. And then what it needs to be we have to create an infrastructure of how exactly we can extract oil from the plastic and all. So these are all few of the references. Thank you.
If any questions from the audience side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How can you control the pyrolysis to tailor make any specific composition of the oil?
Sir,
have you thought about in that direction?
No, sir, we haven't looked into in that direction, because our main objective was to extract hydrocarbons. So first of all, our main objective was to extract the liquid fuel compared to the plastics which we have in looking at how exactly we can fine tune so that we can extract a particular compound.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Any other questions?
Any questions from audience side?
Right?
Yes.
So what's the energy input versus how much you got? Like
Yeah.
500 ml, for example.
If you Yes, please. Our energy extraction was through our energy conversion. Main conversion is through electric stove. So when we asked for the electrical department to have a meter, and also for converting 1 kg of plastic, we used around what five, not five. It's around 50 units of electricity, because we were using this one AH stove, and this stove needs much more heating, and we have kept this in the open air. So that is why we were having we were needed of much energy. So if it is a closed container, if we have a refractory and all, so then we can use lesser amount of energy to generate a good quantity. And secondly, the amount what we used here is just 1 kg in a 5 kg cooker. So if we could fill it to the brim, then the oxygen contamination then the problem of oxygen contamination will be less, which in turn what we can do is we can extract a better oil, which is of what a higher calorific value, and simultaneously it can compensate the energy which is being used.
Your yield would be more.
Sir?
Your yield would be more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The yield would be more.
Thank you, Dr. Vadiraju.
Thank
I request the session chair to
Thank
hand
you
it
very
over
much, sir.
the certificate as a token of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Now I would request Vedant Borosh.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Mr. Vidanan Barosa from Ministry of Education, Republic of Mauritius. I'll be giving a presentation on plastic pollution, situation of plastic pollution in Mauritius. So basically, as Assistant Director in the Ministry of Education, I'm also a member of the Climate Change Committee under the Climate Change Act at the Ministry of Environment. So here we have to report, the meeting is held every month. We have to report what Ministry of Education is doing with respect to climate change. So we have to report, for example, we have introduced in the curriculum of primary and secondary education issues of climate change, so that the students at a very tender age, they are sensitized about the climate change, plastic pollution, environmental issues. I'm also a member of a review and monitoring committee on research projects undertaken by universities on plastic pollution. In fact, there are many research projects which are undertaken by University of Mauritius in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. So we have to monitor all those projects, and being a ministry, we are responsible for all the universities on the research, etc. And I'm also a member of the project steering committee, which oversees projects funded by development partners under the environment protection and climate change. Here we have got funds from development partners, so that they are implemented by the universities in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. So background on the status on dealing with plastic pollution in Mauritius. In fact, we have commitment at a very high level on environmental issues. That is, government takes the climate change, environmental issues very seriously. We have the Environmental Protection Act in Mauritius. We have the enactment of the Climate Change Act in 2020. And the Climate Change Act puts responsibility on everyone to ensure that the preservation of island's unique environment. Everyone means the public sector, private sector, NGOs, everyone. And the Climate Change Act has put clear goals, strategies, and mechanisms to achieve the target to reduce the gas emissions. Though we don't have so much of emissions, we are being a small country. And the Act has posted a robust climate change policy for Mauritius. And then we have under the Act a Climate Change Council, which assesses the progress of the implementation of the Act. In fact, this is being chaired by our Honorable Prime Minister, this Climate Change Council. Because I think the Minister of Environment has to report to the COP meeting, etc. So plastic pollution in Mauritius, the situation is that during the last decades, we have seen there's a massive increase in the amount of plastic waste in Mauritius. And as you are aware, that damage occurs to local wildlife and biodiversity of the island. Following a survey, we have found that around 500 kg of plastic waste are produced per inhabitant annually. There are 70,000 tons of plastic waste disposed in landfill. 3,000 tons are recycled, and an undefined amount ends up in the environment, and this is serious. That's why we have taken various measures to combat the plastic pollution in Mauritius. At NGO level, for example, we have the Plastic Free Mauritius movement. It's an NGO which works on the ground to raise public awareness and lobby for some tighter regulations on climate change, on plastic pollution, Environmental Protection Act. At the government level, for example, at the Ministry of Environment level, we have the Clean Sea campaign and the Plastic Pollution Control Scheme. The aim is to improve waste management, reduce prevalence of single-use plastics, increase public awareness on environmentally friendly manner. And other measures taken at ministry level, we have the plastic recycling program, which focus on education, about the awareness campaign. They go to school, etc., and they sensitize the students. We are focused on prevention, about avoiding use of single-use plastics. We have also focused on collection, that is installation of recycle bins in strategic locations. Installation of sorting units means we have where you have the bins. Maybe the Ministry of Environment will be normally they provide bins to all the household, but now what we have heard is that they will be providing 2 bins, one for the plastic and one for other waste. So that this means the sorting units, and then we have sorting units in strategic places in our country. And then we have other measures taken by the ministry, that the enactment of regulations by government, just like for the mice. So I've seen some regulations in force. So same regulations which ban on single-use plastics and restriction on use of packaging and bottles. We have imposition of taxes on production of plastic bags, so that manufacturers are discouraged or dissuaded from producing plastic. The regulations are environment regulations, that's the banning of plastic regulation 2020, which came into force in March 2021. And then we have the environment protection, control of single-use plastic products regulations 2020, which came into force in January 2022. In fact, this were to come in force in 2015, but there was some lobby, etc., from private sector organizations. So with some delay, with some postponement, finally it is implemented. And then Ministry of Environment collaborate with the higher education institutions. Like I said previously, we have some research which are done by the University of Mauritius on biodegradability testing of biodegradable plastic materials. These are currently being funded by the Ministry of Finance, I think, under the Climate Change Fund. And assessment of biodegradability and composting of polylactic acid bottle and cups, monitoring and identifying of microplastics along selected beaches. And then the SWOT analysis for the use of local biomass and agro waste as alternative materials for the replacement of petroleum-based plastics. These are currently being researched. Any appropriate actions. Similarly, we have the collaboration between Ministry of Environment and universities in terms of they have set at the University of Mauritius an observatory on environment as a platform to help policy decisions to be taken by the ministry. And then we have the setting of the Observatory for Research in Environment and the Science to Policy platform, which conduct basic and applied research and also provide capacity building. At the Ministry of Environment specifically, we have they have set up a plastic management division with the aim of making Mauritius plastic free at the earliest possible, and the target is 2030, I think. And then we have in Mauritius we call it police de l'environnement in French, but here I have translated it in English, police of environment. This is a particular unit at the Ministry of Environment. They do it with the collaboration of the police department, which attends to complaints on dumping, ISOs, etc., and also carries out sensitization campaigns. Okay, these are in fact police officers. You will see them, if you come to Mauritius, you will see them around the city centers on bicycles. If they see someone throwing anything on the anything okay, in the city center, they can find you. So, in fact, it was introduced in 2000, this police of environment. Since then, we see all the city centers in Mauritius are clean. You don't find any litters, etc. We have also the Pollution Prevention and Control Division of the Ministry, which ensures compliance to environmental legislation and standards under the Environmental Protection Act. They provide advice to industrialists and public on cleaner production techniques. They involve industrial waste auditing, etc. We have also the Policy and Planning Division, which review and formulate policies on environmental issues. They develop policies on plastic ban, etc. We have also the Information and Education Division at the Ministry of Environment, which promotes, as the name itself says, informal environmental education to change attitudes of people. They also hold talks in TVs, radios, you have posters, banners, etc. And annually, they organize what we call the Earth Day, World Environment Day, Clean Up the World Day, etc. This is as part of sensitizing the public. And then we also have support from the development partners. For example, the UNDP has been supporting Mauritius for formulating a roadmap for a plastic-free Mauritius. Okay. In fact, there was a conference held in 2021. And then under this support, we have given some grants to NGOs to address the public pollution. And then we had a conference last year on circular economy. It was held in connection with UN Environment Protection and EU. And there, basically, it was discussed the new waste collection system to be put in terms of regional composting plants and the sorting units, which I said, where plastic will be sorted and not diverted to landfill sites. And then they also discussed about the 9R framework, about the reuse and other. So this is about the situation in Mauritius, measures taken to combat plastic pollution. A lot have been done, but a lot more needs to be done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorosa. Any questions from the floor? Okay, then I have one small question. What in the school level, what kind of environmental education you provide so that this kind of problems they understand subsequently, the children?
Yeah, in fact, at the primary school level, they have introduced in their curriculum. We have the grade 2, grade 3, children of 6 years old. They do a subject, we call it science and history.
It comes under science.
Yes, yes. So we have introduced in the curriculum about what is plastic pollution, environmental protection, climate change, so that they understand at the tender age about these and they adopt the right attitudes towards environment. Okay.
I now request Session Chair to hand over the certificate as a token of appreciation. We have now Dr. Sarvamangala Praveena. She is going to talk on exploration of microplastics pollution sources in terrestrial environment and evidence from Malaysia.
All right, very good evening, everyone. My name is Sarwa Mangla Pravina. I'm from Malaysia. So before I start, I would like to thank NAM, SNP, JSS, um, Scope, UPM, and Ministry of Science, Malaysia, for giving me this opportunity so that I'll be sharing microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment, evidence from Malaysia. So this is the outline. First, I'll be talking about microplastic sources. The second part is I'll be sharing some of available case studies in terrestrial environment from Malaysia. And then lastly, the gaps and future research needs. So as all of us know, since today morning, the sources of microplastic, first it could be from the primary source where it originates from personal care products. It also originates from laundry water and also from pellets for industry usage. But the main problem here is the secondary source where it is through breakdown of plastic products that we are talking since morning. So breakdown process is continuous process enhanced or uh, contributed more through environmental and meteorological factors. So here microplastic particle that we are talking is the size is from 1 micrometer to 5 millimeter. And now even the developed countries started to report on nanoplastics, which all of us knew. The smaller the particle size, the higher the risk. But so far in developing countries like Malaysia, we are still in quantifying microplastic particle in environment. So these are some of the facts of microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment, whereby 80% of plastic found in marine environment being produced, consumed, and disposed on soil environment before it reach marine environment. And microplastic pollution in soil is known to be from 4 to 32 times higher than in marine environment. So these numbers shows that the severity of microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment, which we need to be focusing as higher stressor and could result in overall ecological, social, and economical impact. So similar to global trend, even studies in Malaysia more concentrated in marine environment. Just recently, we started to have studies investigating microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment. So all the case studies that I'll be presenting after this is the one that available so far, reporting or quantifying microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment. So the objective of this presentation is to brief everyone in terms of microplastic pollution in terrestrial environment from Malaysia. So in Malaysia, we do have quantitative data, the contribution of personal care product for primary source of microplastic, as well as from laundry water. But in terms of terrestrial environment, microplastic released from personal care product has the least contributor because it's released directly to wastewater, treated, and the treated effluent reaches to aquatic environment. But when we talk about a microplastic from laundry water, yes, there are certain practices in Malaysia where they discharge directly the laundry water directly to nearby drainage or soil environment. Apart from these sources, we do have some quantification data of microplastic pollution in agriculture soil and urban soil, representing the secondary microplastic sources. So here, my talk will be focusing on pollution and characteristic. Very little information available in the method. So whoever wants to know more about the methods, we can discuss after this presentation. So the first case study is the microplastic particle from laundry water. We first did a survey before analyzing the laundry water. The survey indicated 30 to 35% of the respondents in this study discharged this laundry water directly to nearby drainage or soil. So laundry water here represent as the primary microplastic source to soil environment. And the average microplastic particle length is about 2.26 millimeter. The major microplastic shapes were fiber, and the area the darker the filter paper is. This is because the older washing machine loses its capability to filter efficiently. So there'll be more release of fibers during washing, spinning, and rinsing. And the new one, the filter paper is much more lighter because of the efficient filtering capability. Furthermore, one of the major factor here is that I think most of us, when we use washing machine, we do not separate our clothes based on type. We just put together. I think similarly with the respondent. So when you put all your cloth types together, there's a high risk more fibers could release from the clothes. These are for primary microplastic, and now we move on to the secondary one. Here we have one case study for agriculture farm soil from Klang Valley, Malaysia. Klang Valley, Malaysia is the most urbanized area with high urbanization rate, heavy traffic volume and whatsoever. So these are four urban agriculture soil, farm A to farm D. If you notice, farm A and C, they have this shredding to protect their vegetables, but farm B and C, they are exposed directly to high UV and high rainfall intensity. And these pictures also show some of the plastic product used in these farms. So the result shows that farm B has lower microplastic particle. It can be attributed to lower plastic usage versus with farm D has the highest, because in farm D, besides the plastic product used, they during the sampling, we do also notice quite a lot of unmanaged plastic waste thrown in this farm. So furthermore, these are some of the images of microplastic particle in agriculture soil. And for the shape, film dominated the most because plastic. Okay. Okay, I continue. Okay. So microplastic particle shape in terms of film dominated the most because plastic mulching film is the most used plastic product in all these farms, and this correlates well with the microplastic particle color, black as the highest. Okay, these are some of the better photos showing the plastic product usage. And FTIR analysis showed that yes, these plastic particle, the plastic polymers were from all these plastic waste found in agriculture soil from this farm. So when we compare Malaysian finding versus worldwide, for worldwide, especially from China and few developed countries, sewage sludge usage as fertilizer is their main problem, where there's a direct entry of fibers in their agriculture soil. But we don't practice that in Malaysian agricultural part. Most of us still uses organic fertilizer and chemical fertilizer dominated the most. So we can conclude that most of the microplastic particle in this farm actually from the plastic product itself and unmanaged waste found in these farms. Now we move on to urban soil from Cyberjaya, Malaysia. It's located 40 kilometers from Kuala Lumpur. It's inspired to be Malaysian multimedia super corridor. Uh, Firstly, this area was developed with more, 4 dynamic zone, business, commercial, innovation. And now they have increased more residential area, more educational hubs, more business centers, which has increased more traffic jam during weekdays. So microplastic particle in urban soil, these are some of the images of particle that we found in urban soil, range from 0.3 to 1.15 particle per kg. it different based on each land use. Here we found construction area found as the highest with average microplastic particle, while vacant area was the lowest. This can be attributed to the traffic volume and as well as unmanaged waste found in all these land use areas. Okay, these are the shapes. If you can see, it's dominated by fragment because it can be due to our sampling area for all these land use where it located near main roads, and when the road tire wear particle release when the tire rubs against the road surface. Plus, there are also quite a lot of unmanaged plastic waste found in all these land uses. Um, the results correspond well to microplastic particle color, which is in black color, represent the fragment from the road land uses that we select for sampling. So with that, these are the only case studies available for terrestrial because, as I mentioned, in Malaysia, microplastic related studies dominated in marine environment. So these are all the gaps and future research needs that can be explored further in Malaysia, especially understanding microplastic. Okay, I continue. Especially in different type of soil and land use, because Malaysia is a tropical environment with high UV. It is also necessary to understand the role of each of every environmental condition to understand further about the breakdown process. The third point is similar problem with what we face in marine environment, the need to standardize analytical method, but we are very early in the stage because the major focus in Malaysian government is still focusing in marine environment because they have enough data to prove this pollution is in serious matter. The last two, the point number 4 and 5, it is also important to understand the real environmental exposure to living biota and as well as the toxicity, because at the end of the day, the food that produced from this soil will be the one that reaches human health. So point number 4 and 5 is also needed in future research direction. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pravina. Very interesting talk. Any questions from the audience? Okay, if
nice
they are,
presentation, Dr.
I have got
Pravina.
2 minor questions.
Hello.
Yeah. The first one is, even though you said that so far these things are concerned, the analytical tools are still the initial stage. But anytime did you try any of these methods and try to find out what kind of reproducibility you get in the analytical techniques? Whatever you are doing, so the level of reproducibility.
Thanks, Prof, for this question. We have tried a few extraction methods involving Malaysian soil. The problem here is that the level of organic matter, which is high in this soil, and we need to remove this organic matter first. Although there are a few methods available to remove organic, but some of these chemicals tend to damage the particle.
Okay.
So in a way, I think it is also necessary to find another best extraction solution for tropical soil.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second question is that all these greenhouses, they use plastic matter. So because Malaysia gets a reasonably good amount of rain, so the rain-based erosion, they will contribute to the microplastic pollution in the environment. Did you do any study on that?
No, not for soil environment, but they have.
No, not for soil environment. Suppose it is whether you are planting anything on in material, you have covered an area. It is a greenhouse.
Yep.
So depending on what kind of plastic you are using and the weather condition and the UV ray density, there would be certain amount of erosion in the plastic film. So did you or any of your co-workers, they did any study on that, what is the level of erosion and things like that?
The level of erosion of gas.
Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. I have one query, sir. Can I ask? Okay. Thank you for nice presentation, Dr. Pravina. I have one query. You have said standardized and unified analytical methods are not available regarding the sampling and what do can you elaborate these things? How you can say that standardized method is not available?
All right, thank you, Doctor. It's like this. If we are doing a literature review on
Yeah,
to
I
select
have
the
read,
best,
but
yes.
what do you understand? I didn't understand what is the meaning of standardized method.
Okay,
we have
so-
certain sampling methodology. We
Right.
have analytic FTIR have certain methods. Each and every instrument has a standard protocol. So why every literature mentions standardized and analytical unified method is not available? I try to understand. I want to know your view actually.
Because you have few methods available to identify microplastics in this topic. One is density separation method, if I would like to go that way. Even in density separation method, I have quite a lot of solutions that I can go. So if I would,
Generally people use hydrogen peroxide.
yeah.
So
There are also, besides hydrogen peroxide, there are also other chemicals available to remove organic. So this is where the standardized
I didn't got this point why always every literature mentions that there is no standardized and unified analytical method for the sampling and other processes. So just
So what we meant is to have a common use method for everyone, the similar steps so that a better comparison can be made, similar unit in this case, because some are reporting like us, particle per kg, some didn't report that way.
always based on your sampling sites, where you are sampling, this sampling for soil, this sampling for atmospheric microplastic, this sampling type will be different actually. Na? So it always the sampling method will be different according to your sample.
Yes, that is sampling. Here we are talking about standardizing the similar analyzing method to report the similar unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the session chair to hand over the certificate as a token of appreciation. So,
we have mentioned in our announcement that based on the presentations, we'll seek the full papers from all the presenters. And not only that, we will also request other researchers to send them their full papers, because as a normal custom, all the seminars where NAM Center, JSS, they are involved, we bring out a edited publication, and in this time also our target would be to bring it out with the help of Springer Nature. So I would request all the presenters to submit your full paper based on, we'll circulate a guideline for that. So please prepare your full paper and send it to either Dr. Shivaraj or to the NAM SNT Center. Thank you so much. Yeah.
so before we move on to the next session, next event, I would like to, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Amitav Bandopadhyaya, Director General, NAM SNT, for accepting the invitation to be the chairperson to chair the session. So we had a keynote speaker. I'd like to thank Professor Rajagopalan Vasudevan for accepting the invitation as a keynote speaker. And also I would like to thank the speakers, Mr. Vedant Barosha, Dr. Vadiraj KT, and Dr. Sarva Mangala Pravina. And due to some technical issues, Mr. Clavel Mulenga from Jambia, so she missed this session too. And she's supposed to talk on a report on the state and impact of the legal framework and policies to combat plastic pollution Zambia. So with this, we conclude session 2.
Request all the poster presenters to be present. I request all the dignitaries to go for a short tea break and reassemble once again for the cultural events.
Check, test, hey, check, hello. Check, test, hey, check, hello. Hello. Check, test one. Check, hello. Check, test, hey, check. Hello. Check, test one. Check. Hello. Check, test. Hello.
This campus is really pretty because of its greenery it has been maintaining.
The faculty is amazing here as they are very understanding. They provide great encouragement in whatever we do.
I'm proud to be a part of this prestigious university.
I feel proud to be a part of this academy which serves the society through its services and education.
I would definitely recommend this subject and Races Academy to my juniors and my friends. International Student Hostel.
And I would like to encourage any international student to join this college.
This is what I expected from my bachelor's life.
Faculty of Life Sciences, where all life sciences related programs at the undergraduate, postgraduate, and research levels are provided.
A very good evening to you all. My name is Dr. Anne Catherine Archer, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Microbiology, JSSAHER. And I'm delighted today to stand in front of you to present this cultural evening. India is a land of rich cultural heritage and diversity rooted in fine arts, music, and dance, among other traditions. Dance is a symbol of communication, which brings out the innermost feelings and depicts the cultural aspects of a civilization. In India, it is a form of worship through which a dancer can reach the Almighty. Indian classical dances are the vibrations of the mind and the soul, following strict rules set down by the ancient text of Natya Shastra. It has its roots deep in the religious aspects and thematically depends on the rich mythological tales of the Hindus and has evolved to portray more contemporary issues in the present time. Bharatnatyam is a popular classical dance originated in the state of Tamil Nadu and later spread to our state Karnataka. Depicting the fire element, it encompasses rigorous movements of the body to set rhythm, often having complex footwork, choreography, and a strict sitting posture. Pushpanjali is often the first presentation in a traditional Bharatnatyam repertoire, made up of two words, Pushp meaning flowers and Anjali meaning offering. It is a salutation to the Lord of Dance, Nataraja, to the Guru and the audience, seeking the blessing of the gods and invoking for a successful program. Today, on this auspicious occasion, the students of my dance school, Yuva Natya Shale, are delighted to present to you the first item, Pushpanjali, set in Raga Saraswati, Tala Adi, and composed by Madurai R. Muralidharan. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Pushpanjali.
Jam 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 taka jhanu, jam jam tadak jhanu, jam jam ta jam jam ta jam ta jam. Jam 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 taka jhanu, jam jam tadak jhanu, jam jam ta jam ta jam. Jam 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 taka jhanu, jam jam tadak jhanu, jam jam ta jam ta jam. Jam 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 taka jhanu, jam jam tadak jhanu, jam jam ta tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam jam 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 tajadu jam jam tajadu jam jam tajam tajam tajadu tadimi tajadu tajam adim tadita tajadu 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 tagadimi tajam tagadimi tanam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tanam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tanam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam tagadimi tajam tagadimi tanam tagadimi tarum tajam tajam dari 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 dana 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 janu 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 daga janu ta janu 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 daga janu ta dari 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 dana 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 janu 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 daga janu ta janu ta dari beta tajau 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 ta kadingi na do ta kadingi na do ta kadingi na do ta dari ta tajau ta tajau ta dari beta tajau 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 ta kadingi na do ta kadingi na do ta kadingi na do ta dari ta tajau ta tajau ta dari beta tajau 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 kadingi na do kadingi na do ta झेम 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 तक झणु झेम झेम तणत झणु झेम झेम त झेम झेम तत झम तत झम अझणु तधिमि तक तझणु तत झम अधीम तधीताम तताम तझणु ता झेम 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 तक झणु झेम झेम तणत झणु झेम झेम त झेम झेम तत झम तत झम झेम 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 तक झणु झेम झेम तणत झणु झेम झेम त झेम झेम तत झम तत झम झेम 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 तक झणु झेम झेम तणत झणु झेम झेम त झेम झेम तत झम तत झम
Thank you, dear students. That was a mesmerizing performance. Up next is a group song by the students of Environmental Science Department. I welcome them onto the stage.
ಶಿವಾ ನೀಡದಿರು ಶಿವಾ ನೀಡು ಶಿವ ನೀಡದಿರು ಶಿವ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ನಾನೇಕೆ ಅಂಜಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಂಬಲಿ ನೀಡು ಶಿವ ನೀಡದಿರು ಶಿವ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕೃತಕ ಬಂಗಾರ ಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡಿವಾರವೇಕೆ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕೃತಕ ಬಂಗಾರ ಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡಿವಾರವೇಕೆ ನೀಟ್ಟ ಕಾಯ ನೀಟ್ಟ ಕಾಯ ನಿನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಯ ಆಗೋದು ಹೋಗೋದು ನಾ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ನೀಡು ಶಿವ ನೀಡದಿರು ಶಿವ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ನಾನೇಕೆ ಅಂಜಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಂಬಲಿ ನೀಡು ಶಿವ ನೀಡದಿರು ಶಿವ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಮಾಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಮರದಡಿಯೇ ಇಟ್ಟರು ನಾನಂತೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಲಾರಿ ಮಾಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಮರದಡಿಯೇ ಇಟ್ಟರು ನಾನಂತೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಲಾರೆ ಸಾರಂಗ ಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾರಂಗ ಮನಕ್ಕೆ ನೂರಾರು ಬಳಿಕೆ ಉಂಡಿಟ್ಟು ರುಣಿಸೋದು ನಾ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ ಬಾಗುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಯ.
Thank you, dear students. The next presentation for this evening is a Bharatanatyam item called as Shabdam. As the name suggests, this is the first item in a Bharatanatyam repertoire that introduces words or lyrics after the pieces of Alaripu and Jatiswara, which are pure dance movement presentations. Shabdams are usually songs of praise and salutations to various gods of Hindu mythology, such as Lord Krishna, Rama, Shiva, Murugan, etc. Today, our students will present before you a Shabdam in praise of Lord Krishna, where the dancer who takes on the role of Gopika complains to his mother Yashoda of the pranks and mischiefs of young lad Krishna. The first stanza describes the scene of Krishna stealing the clothes of the lotus-eyed Gopikes while they go to the river for a bath. Only after a lot of pleading does he return the clothes. The second stanza describes the scene of Krishna stealing butter from the house of a maid. He is the Krishna who flirts with the gopis of Vrindavan. And finally, his true nature as the divine being, Lord Vishnu, the preserver of mankind, is revealed and praised in the climax stanza. Presenting to you Shabdam in Ragamalike and Tala Mishra Chapu. Thank you, dear students. The next presentation is by the students of EVS department. a semi-classical dance presentation.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Jum ta jum ta dhalam kuta kata kura de dang gada 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 jum ta ka jum ta ta kita ta ta jum gada gada jum ta num ta jum ta kita ta dang gada 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 ta ri ta dana ta run ta din ta da jum ta num ta rum ta gadim ta gada 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 dim ta gada gada jum dim da ta jum nam da ta jum tam ta kita dana ta dang gada gada dim ta gada ta jum dim da ta kita jum da kita da jum da kita ta jum gada dum ta ni ta ta dana ta ta dana ta jum ta dana ta dang gada ta jum dim da ta jum nam da kita jum ta dim tum nam da dang gada di ta dana ta dana ta dana ta dana ta dim ta dana ta di ta dana ta dang gada ta dim ta dim ta dim ta jum dang gada
सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेख शेखर प्रसूल धूलितोरणी
चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखर धरालजन्मरज्ज्वलधनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गभामिगीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्ति लिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटारमस्मिता
Thank you, students, for that wonderful performance. The final presentation is a Kriti dedicated to Lord Nataraja, the god of dance. Kritis are tripartite Carnatic music compositions made up of three parts: the Pallavi or refrain, the Anupallavi, followed by several stanzas or charanams. It is a devotional piece that appeals to the audience's artistic senses and spiritual longing to the Almighty. This Kriti, called Bho Shambho, describes the Ananda Tandavam of Lord Nataraja, and the dancer or the devotee prays to him, asking to help him sail through the sea of tribulations. He is the supreme God and ultimate being worshipped by sages and all men. Presenting to you Bho Shambho, Raga Revati, Tala Adi, composed by Swami Dayanand Saraswati.
So how was the cultural program? It was a traditional of our Indian culture or heritage, which we want to showcase among our international delegates. And I think this was a mesmerizing performance by our students, especially from Yuva Natya Shale. So as a favor of gratitude and appreciation, I request Amitav Bandopadhyaya, Director General NAM SNT Center, and John and Surya Narayan sir to please come on the stage and appreciate our students.
So students are Sangeeta. She is a senior most student in our school. Recently passed out her post with exams. Next is Bindu Shri. Dhanya. Raksha. Raksha and Vasavi. Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, one and all. Tomorrow, the session will be starting sharp at 10 o'clock. So I request everyone to reassemble here tomorrow sharp at 10 o'clock for the technical session 3. And the feedback form or link is already forwarded to your mail. Please, I request you to fill the feedback form and submit it.